Oh, I know this one.
I still don't have your names memorized.
I think.
That's all right, we don't need them.
Maybe.
I was trying to figure out what changed.
Did they not get approved?
No, it's not going on with that. Okay. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, this meeting is broadcasted online live, so if you don't want something to be aired out forever on the internet, you might want to keep it to yourself. Also, when it comes down to, it looks like we have a little bit more people than normal. You will be given an opportunity to speak depending on basically your role. Of course, the appellant would speak first, of course, and then borough, we have represented from the borough here, zoning hearing board members, and then of course, if you're not like part of the appellant or the borough, basically we're going to have public, comments and everything that go out to everything. What we try to do is get everything out. Just take our time. I noticed that trying to be organized with a sign-in sheet. That's very appropriate. I appreciate that. If I could have that sign-in sheet, it makes it a little bit easier. I'll get that before the meeting officially starts. And when you are speaking, just make sure that you give the your name and your place of residence and how maybe you're involved to try to help us, follow along with what your thinking process is. I appreciate that. And we're live. We're live. So thank you very, very much. Welcome to the Hellertown Zoning Hearing Board for the 18th of March, 2026. My name is Tom Dietrich. I'm the chairperson. I'd like to open up this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
This is to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As already stated, my name is Tom. I'm chairperson. I'd like to go around and introduce some of our members of the Hellertown Zoning Board, starting from my left.
Ken Salt.
Melissa Hutchison.
Don Mills.
And of course, Tom Dietrich. Also representing the borough as our zoning officer is
Terry Fatum.
Thank you. And make sure we stay well behaved. We have a solicitor and a zoning hearing board representing our side.
I don't know about that, Bob Nitschke.
Thank you. So what I want to do is just make everything in order. Anybody who's going to provide testimony today, I would like to get you sworn in. So please rise and raise your right hand. I swear or affirm to tell the truth and only
Give me one second. Anybody who intend in the back as well. If you intend to ask questions or make comment or speak, now's the time to be sworn.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Keeps us in line. I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide today will be the truth and only the truth. So help me.
I do.
All right. So going to our zoning officer, can you give us a brief background as far as steps that you've taken for this appellant's appeal today?
Yes, good evening, everyone. The matter before the board is application 26-ZHB01, the appeal of Exchange 21 LLC, the owner of the property located at 30 Bachman Street in the Borough of Hellertown. The legal ad for this hearing was advertised on March 4th and March 11th in the digital edition of the Express Times, and the notice also appeared on LehighValleyLive.com under classifieds, notices and announcements under legal notices. The meeting was posted on the borough website and Facebook on February 20th, and the property and borough hall were posted on March 11th. The subject property is currently vacant and unimproved and is located within the borough's industrial zoning district. The applicant is proposing housing for the elderly development and is seeking several forms of zoning relief from the Hellertown Zoning Ordinances in order to proceed with the project. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a use variance from section 450-15A1 to permit housing for the elderly within the industrial zoning district, a variance from section 450-15E5 to allow 47% building coverage, a variance from section 450-20B2 to permit an off-street truck loading space measuring 12 feet by 49 feet, where 12 feet by 53 feet is required, a favorable interpretation of the applicable parking requirements for elderly housing, or alternatively, a variance from section 450-20A2 to permit 43 off-street parking spaces where 87 are required, and a variance from section 450-11D to permit 43 elderly housing units.
So I'm looking at this handout that you provided for us, Terry. Looks like there's some photos as well,
Yes.
included as well.
Yes.
What are these photos?
Those photos are of the property posting that took place on March 11th. I posted the property on the Bachman Street side and the Furnace Street side.
Excellent. I noticed you read off all the variances that the appellant has requested. Is there anything else in your professional opinion that you think they missed, or maybe something that would be in conjunction with what they're asking for? Or did they got everything?
I think they got everything.
Excellent. Who's representing the appellant?
My name is John Van Luveny. I'm an attorney with East Vernon Gray in Doylestown.
Thank you. The go ahead, Bill. So you're Esquire at the end, right? So I'm sure you know the steps and problems.
Actually, that's
involved.
Esquire is not part of my given name, so you don't.
Okay. So feel free. You don't have to stand or anything. Just to make sure a stenographer can hear you clearly.
I think we'll all be able to project fairly well, and we'll try. If somebody in the back can't hear, since I'm not facing them, please let the chair know so I can speak up a little more.
You can also move if you want to hear something else. We still have some seats that are a little bit closer to the left side of the appellant.
And if I may, Council and Mr. Chairman, before we begin, just to place on the record, prior to the commencement of the hearing, there was a sign-in period for those in attendance other than the folks who are representing and or with the appellant. And we have 4 individuals who signed in. I apologize, 5. One is a couple at 4 different addresses. And they have all been sworn.
Thank you.
One question, Mr. Nitsky. Normally, most hearings, the request is whether or not people are going to request party status or just want to speak to the application. I'd like clarification before we get started as to whether any of these folks want party status or are just interested parties who want to have their opinion heard on the application.
Folks, what council has asked, and typically anybody who signs and participates in the hearing, absent an objection from council after he finds out where they're from, we consider a party.
That's okay.
Is that
As
okay?
long as that's going to be a condition preceding to asking questions of my witnesses. That's
Okay?
all right.
All right.
Well, thank you. We have 3 witnesses tonight. The first one will be Gene Berg, an architect who's been involved with this project since 1921. Gene will provide, or 2021. Excuse me. Gene will provide some background, but not over 100 years worth.
I want his
On this
use.
project and take you through to the current time, and then we'll review the specifics of the variances. Mrs. Nemo Atia will be the second witness. She runs Saucon Valley Manor. This is a project, I'll call it in loose terms, an Atia family project, as the Atia family owns through an entity, an LLC owns the Saucon Valley Manor facilities. So these will be a related project, and that will have bearing on some of the variances that we are asking for because of the proximity of Saucon Valley Manor operation to this project. And the third witness will be Peter Terry, a well-recognized traffic engineer who will talk to the specifics of the traffic proposal that we have here, and will speak to the adequacy of the number of parking spaces that we are providing in support of the variance application. We'll try to go through that in a very organized manner. I would rather not make an opening statement, but rather let you hear it from the witnesses and reserve the right to make a closing statement if I think it's necessary once I hear the nature of the objections. So with that, I'd like to have,
Can we just, gentlemen, I just need to be able to hear them, please. They were just talking back there, it was distracting.
And we have
Okay.
to be quiet while the case is being presented because this young lady has to take down every word that's said here. Thank you.
My first witness is Eugene Berg, and I'll start with Mr. Berg, who has already been sworn. And Gene, would you also try to be sure you keep your voice up?
Okay,
I know you usually don't have a problem, but if that microphone's live, I don't mind if Gene, it's up to you. But I think Gene can be heard from here. If we have trouble, maybe we could fix it differently. All right. Would you state your name and business address, please?
it's Gene Bird Jr. My business address is with Galk Architects, 1304 Hamilton Street, Allentown, PA, 18102.
What is your occupation, Mr. Berg?
I'm a registered architect
And in which states?
in Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
And for how long have you been a registered architect in Pennsylvania?
Since July of 1998,
And how long have you been employed by Galk Architects?
I've been employed by Galk Architects since, and the predecessor firm, since August of 1994. So it's like 31 and a half years total.
And could you tell the board briefly your educational background?
I have a 5-year professional Bachelor of Architecture degree from Virginia Tech.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the American Institute of Architects.
And have you held any positions within the American Institute of Architects, either at the Pennsylvania level or the Eastern Pennsylvania level?
At both. Most recently, I was acting as a director to the Pennsylvania Board of Directors as recently as 2018, representing our Eastern Pennsylvania chapter of the American Institute of Architects to the American Institute of Architects Pennsylvania. I have also acted as the treasurer, president-elect, president and past president of our local chapter, doing various roles at the local chapter level.
I've distributed exhibit books, and Mr. Berger, I have one in front of you. I've given one, I believe, to each of the members of the board and to Mr. Nitschke. Would you turn to exhibit A1 behind tab 1, please? Is this a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes,
Did you prepare it?
I did.
And is the information contained on exhibit A1 true and correct information as it relates to your employment, your architectural registrations, your educational background, and your work experience?
Yes, it is.
I'm not going to take you through your work experience because I think there's about 7 pages of it, so we won't bore the board. Mr. Berg, have you been qualified as an expert in architecture before zoning hearing boards, governing bodies of municipalities, and zoning hearing boards in the Lehigh Valley?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many occasions would you guess?
Oh, it must be well over 100.
All right. I'm offering Mr. Berg as an expert in the field of architecture.
Accepted.
Thank you. Gene, are you familiar with the property that is the subject of this application?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is that from photographs, or you personally visited the property on one or more occasions?
I have personally visited the property on more than one occasion.
Would you describe the property, including its size and topography?
Okay, the property is, it is 0.96 acres, and it is bounded on the east side by Oak Street, which is a narrower street, more like an alley. It's bounded on the north side by Bachman Street, which is a one-way street that travels to the west. It's bounded on the west side by the Furnace Street, and it's bounded on the south side by one additional property within the industrial zoning district. I believe that was Roy Rover Antiques that is directly to the south.
Okay. And what is the topography of the property?
The topography of the property, the northeast corner, which is at the intersection of Bachman Street and Oak Street, is about at an elevation of 300 feet in elevation. And most of the property is high, like a plateau, but then it drops more rapidly right at the southwest corner of the site, which is the lower left corner of the site. It drops to 286 feet in elevations. There's a 14-foot elevation difference between the high point of the property and the low point of the property.
And what is the shape of the property?
The shape of the property is roughly rectangular, slightly tapered. You can see it on the screen in front of you.
And that, as we look at the exhibit, the screen exhibit, and we'll introduce that formally in a few minutes, is at the top of the screen, is that north or south?
Top of the screen is north.
Okay. And what is the street at the top of the,
The street at the top is Bachman Street.
okay. So it runs from Bachman Street south, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Runs from Bachman Street
I
south
apologize for the interruption.
between,
Is this one of the exhibits?
Yeah, it is.
So that we know what we're,
You're going to be looking at exhibit A6.
thank you, sir.
My apologies, but I know
No, my
we're
apologies.
talking about the orientation to let everybody know what we're talking about from an orientation standpoint. Mr. Berg, what is the current zoning of the property? I think the zoning officer's already indicated that, but for the record, could you repeat it, please?
the current zoning is I industrial.
And would you look at exhibit A2, please, behind tab 2, and tell the board what that exhibit is?
This exhibit is a snip of the Hellertown zoning map that shows our site marked with it's marked site with a red X on it.
Okay. Now, the property is zoned industrial. Does it also abut different zoning districts?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So across Oak Street on the east side of the property is the mixed zoning district. Across Bachman Street to the north of the property is the R2 medium density residential zoning district.
Okay. And the industrial district in this location is a long, narrow district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, would you turn to exhibit A3, please, behind tab 3, and tell the board what this exhibit is.
Exhibit A3 is an aerial photo which shows the site marked in red with the text site. It also shows the Furnace Street, Oak Street, Bachman Street. We've labeled across Bachman Street to the north, we've labeled some single-family residences, a twin home, and 3-story apartment building, which is diagonally across the intersection of our site, the intersection of Oak and Bachman Street. There's a 3-story apartment building, which is labeled on that aerial photo. Directly to the west of us, across Furnace Street, you see Cars Auto Detailing, which is an existing use in the industrial zoning district. To the south of our property, that building, the first building directly to the south, is a building which was used for Roy Rover Antiques. And then all of the properties that are on the east side of the property across Oak Street, you're really looking at the back sides of all of the businesses that front on Main Street. And that includes the Paprika's restaurant. There's another Chinese restaurant there. The Valley Voice has an office in that area. There's a spa in that area. There are apartments that are fronting on Main Street, and all. From our site, you're looking at the back sides of all those properties.
Based on your description, Mr. Berg, would you agree that there is a mix of industrial, commercial, and residential uses located in very close proximity to the subject site?
Yes.
I think you said this property is somewhat unusual because it has 3 road frontages. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is the proposed use of the property, Mr. Berg?
So the proposed use of the property is for elderly housing.
According to the ordinance, is the actual use housing for the elderly?
Yes, housing for the elderly would be
Thank you.
the proper sequence.
And how many dwelling units are proposed?
43 dwelling units.
And what is the makeup of those 43 units?
There are 16 2-bedroom apartments and 27 1-bedroom apartments. The 2-bedroom apartments are 1,132 square feet each. The 1-bedroom apartments are 747 square feet each.
Thank you. These are basically according to the definition of housing for the elderly for either one or two persons, not more than that by definition. Is that correct?
Correct.
I've included in the exhibit book an excerpt from the zoning, as Exhibit A12, an excerpt from the zoning ordinance of several definitions. This was to supplement your testimony. Zoning ordinance defines housing for the elderly as a residential community developed to provide housing for people, parentheses, single or couple, close parentheses, in which one is at least 55 years or older. And then in parentheses, it says same as age restricted and independent living. See that? The definition is on the second page of that exhibit, just in case you hadn't gotten there yet, okay? The ordinance defines age restricted 55 and older as a residential community developed to provide housing for people, again, single or couple, in which one is at least 55 years or older. Those two definitions are identical.
That is correct, yes.
The ordinance also has a definition for independent living. That's on the third page of the exhibit. Would you agree that that definition is also identical to the definitions for age-restricted 55 and older and for housing for the elderly?
Yes, in fact, even after the definition in parentheses, it says same as age restricted and housing for the elderly.
So there are three terms that are interchangeable by definition.
Yes,
In your experience, Mr. Bird, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
it is because they're really kind of different. The uses are a little different from each other.
All right. Now, based on your research, Mr. Bird, did those definitions become identical at the time the ordinance was amended on June 16, 2025 by Ordinance 859?
Yes, they did.
Have you reviewed the uses that are permitted in the adjacent R2 residential district?
Yes,
Okay. And based on your review, are multifamily dwellings permitted by right?
yes, they are.
And is age-restricted housing permitted by special exception?
Yes,
You also said the property abuts the M mixed-use district. Are multifamily district housing permitted in that
I'm sorry,
district?
I missed a word that you said.
In the M mixed-use district, are multifamily dwellings permitted by right?
yes, they are.
Okay. Now, I've attached also as Exhibit A13, if you turn to that for a minute. The first, a summary table of uses by district. This is attachment 2 to the zoning ordinance. Have you reviewed that?
Yes, I have.
In that summary table, would you agree that if you look at the uses that are permitted in the R2 residential, M mixed, and TC town center districts, housing for the elderly is permitted by special exception? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after you looked at that table, did you go back to these zoning district use regulations themselves?
Yes, I did.
Is housing for the elderly mentioned in any of those three districts?
It is not.
So it's in the table as a permitted use. Is housing for the elderly mentioned in any district as a permitted use that you were able to see?
No, not in any of them.
I mean,
No.
if you read through the individual regulations for each zoning district, you don't find housing for the elderly anywhere, do you?
No, you don't.
Okay. The only place you see it is in the table, and it's permitted, there is permitted by special exception in two of the districts that have, three
Right.
districts, but two of which have bought this property immediately. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if we looked at, did you find anywhere in the ordinance, in any zoning district, a density for housing for the elderly?
They do not list housing for the elderly in any of the charts for density. No, they do not.
Based on your review of the zoning ordinance, do you have a professional opinion as to whether housing for the elderly use is compatible with uses that are permitted in the adjacent R2 and M mixed use zoning district?
Yeah, I believe that housing for the elderly is appropriate in all of those districts.
All right, now I've attached as exhibit A14 a copy of a portion of section 450-15, which includes the uses permitted in the I industrial zoning district. Is that right?
That is correct.
In your professional opinion, Mr. Berg, is the subject property, by reason of its size, configuration, topography, and location, a suitable property for industrial uses?
It is not suitable for industrial uses. The property is too small. And even in order to do our development, we needed to widen the street, the right-of-ways of Oak Street and Furnace Street, and then the resulting property, the net size property is even smaller, with the topography change across the property and access to the property. I don't think you're going to, have tractor trailers coming and going from that site, and it's not really appropriate to have tractor trailers coming and going from the site with the single-family homes, the twin house, and the apartments to the north, the backsides of all the apartments off of Main Street.
Mr. Berg, because we have a number of people interested in this application who don't have a copy of the zoning ordinance or of the exhibit book in front of them, could you just take your time and read through the uses that are permitted by right in the industrial district, which would be permitted on this property, provided area and dimensional criteria are satisfied?
Okay. Permitted use 1A, any manufacturing or assembly operation meeting the performance standards of this chapter. 1B, research institute or laboratory meeting the performance standards of this chapter. 1C, wholesale establishment, warehouse, storage, and distribution establishment. 1D, building material sales and storage yard. 1E, dry cleaning plant, laundry. 1F, public outdoor recreation areas such as parks and playgrounds.
Which would not apply to privately owned properties, correct?
That's correct. 1G, business office or office building. 1H, public utility building, structure, or facility, but this is a private property. 1I, municipal use, and again, we're a private property. 1J, automobile sales with accessory service buildings, including outdoor storage of non-junked cars for sale. 1K, printing or publishing establishment. 1L, motorized vehicle repair shop. 1M, forestry.
That obviously doesn't apply to a vacant or unforested site, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
1N, motorized equipment repair shop. 1O, medical marijuana growers and processors with consideration for the applicable performance standards found in section 450-22.1A2. 1P, hospital.
That's good enough. Those are
Yeah.
the permitted uses.
Those are the permitted uses by
Okay.
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
there are a few other uses that might be permitted by special exceptions, such as oil, coal, or propane distribution or sales, railroad terminal and distribution facilities. That's unlikely because there's no railroad adjacent to the site,
Correct.
right?
Right.
But those are just some of the uses that are permitted. And in your opinion, I think those were the uses that you considered in offering your opinion that industrial development of this property, the industrial uses really are not appropriate for this property, nor are they really feasible for this property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back over some history, not going back to 1921, but let's start with 2021. In 2021, did you prepare and submit to Hellertown Borough an application relating to this property?
Yes, we did.
Would you describe that application?
That application was also for housing for the elderly, and it had a 4-story 40 senior independent living unit apartment So that was also housing for the elderly. It had a surface parking lot at that time, and that design was based upon using our property, to the boundaries. It was designed to use our entire property. We had not dedicated widening Oak Streets and Furnace Street on the east and west side of us.
Now, was that a sketch plan review or a land development plan? What was the nature of
I
that?
think there was a zoning application would be the best way to describe it, a zoning plan.
All right. Was that proposal reviewed by the Hellertown Borough Planning Commission and Borough Council?
Yes, it was. And I think we could call it a sketch plan submission also, come to think of it, because I recall filling out sketch plan forms for the
All right.
application.
And prior to appearing before the Planning Commission and Borough Council, did you receive review letters from borough consultants?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Do you recall some of the review comments that were received?
Yes.
Tell the zoning hearing board, please.
So the Dewey Fire Company wanted to see the right-of-way width, along the edges of our property only, the right-of-way width of Furnace Street and Oak Street widened, and they wanted us to widen the cartway width of Bachman Street, Oak Street, and Furnace Street to a 26-foot cartway width for fire truck access. So we would be actually just moving the curb back from Bachman Street 2 feet, into our property, or 2 feet in the direction of our property. Note that the Bachman Street right-of-way is already a 60-foot wide right-of-way, so we did not need to dedicate additional property to widen the right-of-way on the Bachman Street side. However, in order to widen Oak Street and Furnace Street, we needed to dedicate 12 feet and 14 feet on either side of our property, 12 feet and 14 feet of our land, 7,430 square feet of our land. That's, our property to start is only 41,929 square feet. So we're, donating 17.7% of our lot area is being dedicated to widen Oak Street and Furnace Street.
Well,
Yeah.
in 2021, that was just a request. Is
Yeah,
that
that's
correct?
right. That's
All
correct. Yeah.
Okay. And with respect to the height of the building, was there a suggestion?
Yes.
Did they have a preference that you change the height of the building?
Yes, they wanted us to change the height of the building from 4 stories down to 3 stories.
Okay. And in the submission in the plan that is before the zoning hearing board in connection with this application, have you addressed all of those concerns that you just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. So you're agreed, you will agree, or the applicants agreed to widen Bachman Street. The applicants agreed to dedicate additional right-of-way for Oak Street and Furnace Street and reduce the height of the building from 4 stories to 3 stories.
That's
Is that
correct.
all correct?
That's all correct.
Okay. Now, that was 5 years ago. What happened in those 5 years? Was the project put on hold during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, it was. In fact, some of the early hearings were actually via Zoom meetings, as I recall.
Okay. In 2024, did the applicant submit a revised sketch plan to the borough for review?
Yes, we did, and that is what you have before you tonight.
That's the same plan that we have before us tonight here. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the plan was initially submitted with a cover letter to the Borough Planning Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, would you turn please to Exhibit A4 in the exhibit book? This letter is dated April 1, 2024. You authored this letter, Mr. Galk, is that correct?
Mr. Berg, yes.
Mr. Berg, yes, I'm sorry. And in the letter, well, we don't have to go through it because I think you've already indicated a lot of what was done, but I identified very clearly all of the changes that were in the plan that you submitted on April 1, 2024 for review, and explained the background of all of the changes that you have made in the plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. That letter, by the way, was written to the prior zoning officer, Chris Russo, at that time.
Well, to the Planning Commission, care of.
Exactly.
Okay, fine. Prior to appearing before the Planning Commission, following the submission of the initial sketch plan, did you make some further minor revisions to the plan that was dated March 26, 2024, and the plan that was dated June 6, 2024, which is the plan that we're going to be talking about tonight.
Yes, we did.
What plan changes did you make?
The differences between the two sets of plans are minor. The 12-foot by 53-foot required truck loading space versus 12-foot by 49-foot provided truck loading space appear on the June 6, 2024 edition of the S1 site plan.
That's one of the variances that's being requested, is that
That is
right?
one of the variances that's being requested tonight. We also added a retaining wall, which is at the backside of the loading dock area, or the truck loading space area.
All right, as we look at the plan that's up on the screen there, where is the southeast corner of the site?
The southeast corner is the bottom right corner.
Okay.
And so we added a retaining wall there. So, and because we could not create a driveway that flowed directly through from Oak Street to Furnace Street because there's too much fall in elevation at that point. So instead, it made more sense to make that area level. We could fit we fit our loading area there. It's not pitched too steeply. There's space down there for the dumpster, and we also have space for 3 additional parking spaces, which are EV charging spaces outside of the parking deck, which is tucked underneath the building.
You had indicated that this first plan was reviewed back in 2021,
Mhm.
had surface parking.
Yeah, the first plan had all surface parking.
When I look at this plan, one of the things that stands out is I don't see any parking. Where's the parking?
The parking is tucked underneath the building, so it's actually in a subgrade elevation. So that it's a subterranean parking deck. The grades are high surrounding all of this. It's like you're parking in the basement, more or less. The interesting thing about our property that I mentioned earlier is that the property is kind of like a plateau. It is relatively high in elevation across the footprint of the building, and then the grades, they abruptly fall in elevation right at the southwest corner of the site, which is where our driveway goes in and out of the lower level. So ultimately, the only foundation wall of that lower level that is exposed is on the south elevation, facing towards the last industrial property, which is the antiques shop, and so we have a 2-way driveway that goes in and out of that south elevation of the building there.
And because the parking is all subsurface, that leaves more room for landscaping, green area, et cetera.
Yeah, interestingly, the prior scheme that we had presented back in 2021, it had a 71% impervious coverage when 80% impervious coverage is permitted. And this time around, even considering the dedication of the land around the perimeter of the property, we're at 59.2% impervious coverage, which really means that 40.8% of the site is green. So we have a greener site now than we did in the past, and the Planning Commission absolutely loved that. They loved the fact that we took the parking and we tucked it underneath the building so that you're looking at nice apartments and you're not looking at a bunch of cars.
Speaking of the Planning Commission, let's turn now to Exhibit A5 behind tab 5. Did you identify this exhibit?
That is the Planning Commission meeting minutes of Tuesday, July 9th, 2024.
And at that meeting, was the plan for which we're seeking variances reviewed by the Planning Commission?
Yes, it was.
The exact same plan?
Exact same plan.
Okay.
Yeah, June 6th, 2024 plans. That's correct.
Which we have included as Exhibit A6 in the exhibit book. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is the plan going back again that's on the board, or on the screen.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right. Did you make the presentation at the July 9, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Berg?
Yes.
And at that
Myself
meeting,
and Nemo was one of, she's also one of our witnesses
yes,
tonight.
okay, fine. And at the meeting, did you discuss with the planning commission all the variances that would be required to develop the property in accordance with the plan that are also the subject of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay. There are 43 apartments shown, elderly housing apartments, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is the mix that you showed on that plan the same as the mix you described for tonight?
Yes. 16 two-bedrooms, 27 one-bedroom.
And how many total parking spaces were proposed and are proposed?
43 total parking spaces are proposed. There are 40 parking spaces that are in the subterranean parking deck below the building, which is in the basement. And then there are 3 additional EV charging parking spaces that are located outside of the building directly to the south. The fire chief preferred that any EV charging spaces be outside of the building for fire safety. Like I mentioned earlier, placing that parking underneath the building was received extremely well by the planning commission because of the 40.8% of the site remaining, of the net site that is remaining green.
Recognizing that the minutes speak for themselves, but because, again, people in the audience don't have access to the exhibits, Mr. Berg, did the planning commission recommend approval of a variance with respect to building coverage as a result of the fact that the plan now proposed dedication of a portion of the property as rights of way to enable adjacent streets to be wide?
Yes, they recommended 5-1 vote.
And counsel, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you can continue along that line of questioning, but I will tell you that because, and I run into this with other boards I represent, because the zoning ordinance only permits the planning commission to make a recommendation as a prelude to a special exception, I typically advise the board to disregard any recommendation they make with respect to variances.
Well, the planning commissions also typically will make a recommendation with respect to land development plans.
Absolutely.
And obviously, this would require land development plan approval. So in my view,
Understood.
that's if I realize it's not binding on you, it's not binding on the Board of Supervisors. I recognize, but I think the members of the zoning hearing board may or may not respect the opinion of the planning commission, but I think I still have I think it's relevant that they can consider it for whatever weight
Like
they
I
choose
said,
to
you
give
can
it.
continue on that, but I just wanted to let you know what my position was.
Well, I understand that.
Thank you.
If I were your chair, I might take the same. Did the planning commission also recommend approval of a variance to allow a 49-foot loading zone where the
I'm sorry.
ordinance requires
I'm
53?
sorry, can you start your question again?
Sure.
Thank you.
Did the planning commission also recommend approval of a variance allowing a 49-foot long loading zone where the ordinance requires 53 feet? In other words, a 4-foot variance.
Yes, the planning commission unanimously recommended approval of a variance allowing a 49-foot long loading zone where the ordinance requires 53 feet.
At the conclusion of the planning commission meeting, Mr. Berg, also as reflected in the minutes, did the planning commission recommend approval of a use variance?
Yes, they did recommend approval of a use variance by a vote of 5-1.
And perhaps it's better to say support of a use variance rather than approval, since they don't have the ability to do that.
That is correct. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Now, you've also already told me that, and the board, that you were unable to find any place in the zoning ordinance where there was regardless of what district you looked for, you couldn't find houses of the elderly listed, so there was no density provided for the use. Is that right?
Not in the charts that are associated with each of the zoning districts. That's correct.
Okay.
The dimensional charts.
But you did indicate, the definitions indicate that age-restricted housing and housing for the elderly have the same definition. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And age-restricted housing is permitted in the adjacent R2 zoning district.
That is correct.
And you tell the board, please, at what density would be permitted there?
Density there in an R2 is 15 units per acre.
Okay, fine. Now, with respect to that variance, the number of dwelling units, if it is in fact a variance where there's no density for the use that's in the ordinance itself, is the subterranean parking, the covered parking, a more significantly more expensive construction than a surface parking facility?
Yes, it is.
As an architect, what do you have to do differently in the building design in order to support that kind of parking facility?
So that's called construction type. It's called pedestal type construction, which requires, steel construction that is heavily fire rated and spray fireproofed, concrete slabs that are, that are above the parking deck level. You have an NFPA 13 sprinkler system instead of an NFPA 13R sprinkler system. It's a dry sprinkler system down in the parking area because that's open to the air to let the fumes of the vehicle exhaust out. So basically, you have to build a very expensive foundation and parking deck level to the building before you start to build what we call 5A construction type, which is like wood frame construction with 1 hour fire ratings on everything: exterior walls, bearing walls, 1 hour rating between each of the units, 1 hour rating to the corridor, and 1 hour floor ceiling assemblies, 1 hour roof assembly that separate all of the apartments from each other. And that's kind of like your typical apartment building, but you got to build the expensive parking deck underneath it, which is to a much higher construction type to make it the pedestal construction, 1A construction underneath 5A construction.
And typically, that type of construction is not utilized when somebody's building 2 or 4 dwelling units, is it?
Absolutely not, no.
And in your experience, I'm not talking about absolute numbers here, but is this type of construction financially feasible only when you have a certain threshold number of units to support it?
Yes, it's only feasible if you have enough units to pay for the cost of that parking deck.
And the benefits of doing it, you've already described, but you end up with less impervious surface than you would have otherwise with surface parking, correct? Because you're just duplicating the footprint of the building for your parking, correct?
Yes.
You also have additional landscaping opportunity, so the view from the neighbors around this building is going to be superior than a 4-story building with surface parking, correct?
That's correct. Otherwise, the neighbors are looking at a parking lot with a lot of cars in it, and now we have 40% of our net site that is green wrapping all the way around the building. Another benefit is that you have less stormwater runoff because everything's tucked underneath the building. So instead of having 71% impervious coverage, we're at 59.2% impervious coverage
Of a smaller lot.
of a smaller lot. That's correct. Mhm.
And if the variances are granted, and the zoning hearing board saw fit to do so, the conditions that the applicant would be willing to accept is that all the variances are granted conditioned upon providing the subsurface parking, conditioned upon dedication of the additional rights of way,
That's correct.
and substantially in accordance with the plans that we've offered tonight,
Yes.
correct? Okay. I think you've done this before, but the building coverage variance, let's talk about exactly what the variance is that's being requested. First of all, what is the permitted building coverage?
Permitted building coverage is 40%.
Before dedication, what would the building, if you didn't dedicate the rights of way, what would the coverage be?
We didn't dedicate the rights of way, our coverage would be 38.7%. So if you took our 16,223 square foot building footprint and divided it by the gross site area of 41,929 square feet, you would come up with 38.7% building
In
coverage.
other words, no variance would be required.
No variance would be required if we had not dedicated the extra land to widen the street right of ways.
And technically, there's probably an argument since you haven't dedicated, and it would be a condition of land development approval. And it's not clear in the ordinance how you measure that, is it? How you wouldn't even need a variance.
Correct. It's an interpretation.
It's an interpretation question, yeah. You mentioned previously the request for the variance from section 450-20.b, parentheses 2, close parentheses, to permit a 4-foot reduction in the size of the required off-street truck loading space. Can you explain why this variance is both necessary, why in your opinion, the variance is both necessary and appropriate?
Okay, if you look at the S1 sheet, which is that's the site plan sheet that you see under your exhibit A6.
Yep.
You'll see at the bottom of the site plan there, which is the south side of the building, there is a 24-foot wide two-way driveway that comes from Furnace Street, and it hooks into the south elevation of the building there. And you can see the radius of that 24-foot two-way driveway turning into the entrance to the lower level parking deck. And then you also see that we have a retaining wall there that is holding back the earth that is at the widened right-of-way of Oak Street on the east side. And we have to stay a little bit off of our revised right-of-way line in order so that we can keep the retaining wall footing on our own site, on our own land. So consequently, a little bit of the width is taken up by the footing of the retaining wall and the thickness of the retaining wall. Ultimately, 4 feet, is taken up by, and that because in the initial submission, that we had that the initial site plan that showed a driveway running straight through from Oak Street to Furnace Street, but it was too steep. We were able to fit the full size loading area. But once you work in the retaining wall and the radius driveway to enter into the parking deck, we could only fit a 12-foot by 49-foot loading space.
Now, if the offer to if there were no dedication of right-of-way offered, would you be able to make the 53-foot?
See, the problem with that is that the grades are too steep, really, to take a driveway from Oak Street down to Furnace Street there. Like the elevation at Oak Street
You've
is
answered the question.
298 feet, dropping down to 286 feet. So that's 12 feet of elevation change. It's too much grade change to not have a retaining wall there and leave that driveway level. It's too steep.
I'm not going to ask you technical questions regarding the parking variance because Mr. Terry is here to address that as an expert, but I do have a couple of questions. At the time the project was first proposed.
I never really finished my answer, to the reason why the off-street truck loading spaces, are 12 by 49. And part of that is that there will never be, tractor trailers that are coming into an elderly housing apartment building. So we don't need a truck loading space that is 53 feet long. And even 49 feet is much longer than is ultimately necessary. We anticipate, at the worst, that there would be a 26-foot U-Haul moving truck, which would be the largest vehicles, that would, people can drive without having a commercial driver's license. And those would be the largest vehicles that would ever need to use that loading space for people moving in and out of the building. Also, if residents opt for any a la carte meals that would be prepared at Saucon Valley Manor nearby, an SUV might park in that loading space. But ultimately, even even the 49-foot long loading space is going to be underutilized. We're never going to use the 49-foot plan.
And for the benefit of the board, Mrs. Attia will be talking a little bit more about the operational aspects of the use. And
Yes.
so she'll be addressing not from an expert standpoint, well, from an expert standpoint, a little bit about how this will operate in conjunction with Saucon Valley Manor. At the time this plan was first proposed and reviewed by the Planning Commission in 2024.
2021, the first
20
round.
2021 and 2024
Yes.
initially. What was the parking requirement for housing for the elderly?
Parking requirement for housing for the elderly was 1 parking space per 5 units plus employee parking spaces.
All right, one employee parking space for the largest shift, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but it was 1 parking space per 5 units.
1 parking space for 5 units was written into the ordinance for elderly housing when we went before the Planning Commission. That's correct. And that's the way that it is still reflected in our site data that was prepared at that point in time.
Well, that's because it's the same plan. You haven't
The same
changed the plan.
I have not changed the plan.
Okay, so for 43 units, only 9 parking spaces would have been required.
That's correct.
And in addition to that, of course, employee parking spaces.
Right.
Correct, okay. Now, when was the zoning ordinance amended with respect to parking, Mr. Clerk?
That was amended by ordinance 859 dated June 16, 2025. That was after our July 9th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting for this plan.
Okay. Now, at the current time, what is the zoning ordinance requirement for parking for housing for the elderly?
That requirement is 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit or 2 parking spaces per apartment, plus 1 per employee.
Okay. Now, behind tab 15 is exhibit A15. I have duplicated sections of the ordinance, section 450-20 with parking and truck loading space requirements. You're
Yes.
familiar with those, aren't you, Mr. Burke?
Yes.
Okay, if you go to the 3rd page of that exhibit, highlighted there, housing for the elderly, semicolon, age-restricted housing, semicolon, independent living. And I think those are the 3 definitions that were identical, aren't they?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is the
Excuse me
current
one second.
parking
Excuse me.
requirement?
I lost connection.
Okay.
You need a break?
Yeah, I think I have to shut down and reboot.
Okay, like a 10-minute recess?
Hopefully not even that long.
Anyways, so we'll say 5, just in case anybody needs to go to the bathroom or anything, okay? So as of this
I
time,
will take advantage of that.
yeah. So we'll take a 5-minute recess at this time.
Okay.
Restart at hopefully 1933. Everybody here, we're gonna go, while we were on recess, we were on mute. Since this is the time that I said that we were to return, we're gonna go back off of mute, so it means we're live again. We just won't, I'll make an announcement, we won't proceed until we have a stenographer present.
She's getting in the elevator now.
Are we off mute?
We are off mute.
Just a little
Stenographer's
technical,
on the way.
just a little technical difficulty. We had some internet connection issues, and our stenographer is returning back to her computer. So just give us a moment, please. It's not the fastest elevator.
Sorry, I had it off. Usually I don't.
You just tell us if everything's set up for you to proceed.
Well, it was when I walked out of here, so let's just make sure that Bluetooth is still connected.
We have gremlins in the building.
It's okay.
All right. So it looks like everybody's here. Sorry for the delay and the pause. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. During the recess, Mr. Berg pointed out to me that I had missed one exhibit, so I'm going to go back just for a second. Would you turn to Exhibit A7, Gene, behind tab 7, and tell the board what this plan or what this exhibit is prepared for?
This is the sheet S2, so you can get, okay, we got that up on the screen now. This shows the widened street right-of-ways of Furnace Street and Oak Street, and it shows the Dewey Fire Company truck data, the axle spacing, and it shows the fire truck turning templates, showing that a fire truck that is driving westbound in the one-way direction of Bachman Street can make the left-hand turn onto the widened Oak Street all the way down to the, down along the entire length of our building, along our property. That fire truck can also make the left-hand turn from westbound one-way Bachman Street onto Furnace Street and go down Furnace Street, and the fire truck can make a K-turn inside of our driveway, our 24-foot wide driveway that hooks around into the parking deck level on the south side of the building. And so the fire truck could drive in on Bachman Street, one way west, turn left on Furnace Street, turn left again into our driveway, into our parking deck, back up and pull forward and drive forward on Furnace Street, wherever they need to put their equipment. And they can and then when they get to the end of Furnace Street, they can make a left-hand turn onto Bachman Street again. And note on this fire truck turning template plan that we maintain the 9-foot wide parking on the north side of Bachman Street, so that the neighbors, are not losing their parking spaces that they rely on in front of their houses. So ultimately, this fire truck turning template, shows you that we can take the fire truck anywhere we need to, all the way around the full perimeter of the building, with the widened street right-of-ways at Oak Street, Furnace Street, and we're moving the curve of Bachman Street just at our property 2 feet, to the south, within the existing 60-foot right-of-way of Bachman Street. And so all 3 streets will be 26 feet wide.
Now, Mr. Berg, you talked about the right-of-way itself doesn't accomplish that, but the widening of the cartways of Furnace Street and Oak Street to 26 feet would permit those movements that you just described.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the sidewalks and everything, they fit within the right of way also. It's all done exactly according to, your SALDO, your subdivision and land development ordinance.
So again, if the board saw fit to condition relief on actually dedicating the right of way and agreeing to widen the cartways, that would also be an acceptable condition to the applicant.
Yes.
Let's go back to parking now. We started on that before the recess. And I think you had just finished reading the requirement for parking as a result of the amendment to the ordinance in 2025. And that requirement was what, 2 spaces?
So tell us the tab again, that's 15?
It's 815, yeah.
Yep. Um,
Third page.
Yes. Housing for the elderly, age-restricted housing, independent living, all three, they state requirement 2 spaces per unit plus 1 space per employee on the largest shift.
So basically, they didn't double it. They went from 9 spaces to what? A minimum of 46 spaces
It
for
used to be
43
one,
units?
they increased their parking requirement tenfold, actually, because it was 1 for 5 units previously for elderly housing, and then they now made it 2 spaces per unit.
All right. Now, is it your understanding that no full-time on-site employees are anticipated?
Yes, and Nemo will testify to that.
Mrs. Attia will tell
Yes,
me.
that's correct.
Talk about that? Okay, fine. Now, I noticed another peculiarity in this ordinance resulting from the amendment. What is the parking requirement for an assisted living facility?
The parking requirement for an assisted living facility is 1 space per dwelling unit plus 1 space per maximum number of employees at one time. But I think you also want to call our attention to the definition of the assisted living facility.
Yes, I think we did that previously, but why don't you go back and do that again?
Yeah, so in Exhibit A12, an assisted living facility, a complex designed to accommodate the elderly with staff, personnel, and programs to assist residents with many activities of daily living. Units may or may not have kitchens, but meals are provided in a central dining area. And the big important point here is that at the end of the assisted living facility definition, in parentheses, it says, an assisted living facility includes housing for the elderly.
That's
in your ordinance. That's a quote from your zoning ordinance, yes.
There's no explanation as to what they meant by all of that, is there? But it's there.
It's there, yeah. An assisted living facility includes housing for the elderly.
And what is the parking requirement for assisted living facility now?
1 space per dwelling unit plus 1 space per maximum number of employees at one time.
Basically half of the requirement for the other 3 types of.
Right, that's right.
Just to complete your testimony, Mr. Berg, we have 2 more exhibits that we haven't identified. Would you turn to Exhibit A8 behind tab 8? Tell the board what this exhibit shows.
Exhibit A8 is it's a schematic rectangle diagram that shows the layout of the apartment units as they fit into a typical floor plan.
Okay.
So, you can see that there's a fire exit stair tower at the far left side of the plan. There's another fire exit stair tower at the far right-hand side of the plan. We have an elevator that serves all the floors and stops on the parking deck, and that is in the middle. And there's a lobby there, vestibule, mailroom, but it shows the layout of the, it shows that, we take 2 bays to create a 1-bedroom elderly housing unit at 747 square feet. It shows that we take 3 bays to create a 2-bedroom elderly housing unit at 1,132 square feet. And if you look at the dimensions that are at the top and bottom, you can just see how the 2-bedroom units and how the 1-bedroom units plug into this very standardized plan of bearing walls.
Okay. But it also supports your testimony that these are relatively small units, and by definition, they have to be limited to no more than 2 people.
That is correct, yes.
Turn to A9, please, and tell the board what A9 is.
Exhibit A9 is the lower level parking deck plan, so we can get that up on the screen. There we go. And there you can see that we have on the right-hand side, we have the 24-foot wide overhead door, and we have in which you enter into the parking deck, and then it shows 40 parking spaces, including 2 handicap parking spaces, which are right next to the elevator. There are sidewalks, at the noses of all the parking spaces, so that people can walk in front of the noses of the cars, without needing to walk in the aisle very much, the driving aisle. And it also shows that the 2 exit stair towers also extend down to the parking deck level. The one on the right-hand side discharges straight to grade. You can see the exit door there.
Mr. Berg, in your professional opinion, if the zoning hearing board grants the requested variances, will the granting of those variances alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which this property is located?
No,
In your opinion, would granting the variances in any way impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent properties?
no. In fact, maybe it even helps because we're giving them wider, we're widening the streets.
And in your professional opinion, would this use be in character with residential uses that are located in surrounding residential neighborhoods and the uses permitted by the zoning ordinance in the immediately adjacent zoning districts?
Yes, I think it would be in character with the residential uses that are located in the surrounding residential neighborhoods and districts.
That concludes my testimony with direct examination, Mr. Berg.
Any questions from the zoning hearing board?
Mr. Berg, what did you use to base the number of ADA spaces in this parking plan?
That's based on on the International Building Code requirements, which give you a ratio for the number of handicapped accessible parking spaces based on the total number of parking spaces.
Okay, but that doesn't really take into effect that it's probably assisted living or independent living or any of those.
It's not assisted living, it's elderly housing.
Okay, it's,
Yeah. Meets the ordinance,
okay.
yes.
I'm just saying that if it's for elderlies, chances are it's going to be more than two needed. That's why I was wondering how you came upon two.
2 is the ANSI A117.1 requirements, that are cross-referenced by the 2021 International Building Code, which is Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code. It is in compliance with the
Okay.
accessibility codes.
So it doesn't really take into effect that it could be elderly housing, does it?
But the
I
accessibility
understand the
code
meaning.
does take into effect that, and the accessibility code states, it tells you that, for this number of parking spaces that you're required to have 2 that are accessible, handicapped accessible.
Okay, and I
So
have,
we have met the building code and we have met the accessibility code.
okay. In reference to your chart of the fire apparatus making access.
Yeah.
I noticed that stair towers are on either end. Which side of the building are they, the east or west side?
They're on the west side, so they are on the left-hand side at the upper left-hand corner of the building and the lower.
They would be on Furnace Street.
They'd be on the Furnace Street side, yes.
Okay, so firefighters typically would enter the stairways to go to whatever apartment they need to get to.
Okay,
So chances are, unless apparatus is needed on Furnace, they're probably going to be on, Oak. They're probably going to pull onto Furnace so that the firefighters can gain access to the building. It's probably rare that it's going to be any fighting outside of the building. Correct?
and the building has NFPA 13 sprinklers throughout it, that is required by the building code also, so that also is an assistance, for helping to extinguish the fire. But yes, the firemen would enter, and you can see there's a sidewalk on the upper left-hand corner there, and that sidewalk is leading from the exit discharge door
To the door, okay.
of that stair tower. That the exit discharge door of the upper stair tower is at the level of the first floor, which is above the level of the parking deck because that's dug into the grade
Right, I
there.
understand.
At the little lower down on the plan, at the lower left-hand corner, there is also a sidewalk which is
It's hard to see,
there it
but I
is.
see
It's
it.
hard to see it, but yes, the cursor is circling around it right now, and that is where the exit discharge door comes from the south stair tower. Yeah, so there's
Okay.
two exits, 2 fire stair towers, that are 2-hour fire rated walls around the perimeter of those stair towers, that meets the code so that the firefighters can enter through those fire protected fire stair towers and access any of the floors.
The widening of Furnace and Oak Streets, how far are you widening it? The entire length of Thomas?
We are widening it adjacent to our properties. because
So,
we can't give somebody else's property away.
No, I
We can only,
understand.
can only widen it adjacent to our property. But what that does is it allows them to get the fire trucks completely around the full perimeter of our building.
I understand that. Is there any parking on Furnace and Oak?
There's no parking
Further
on
on?
Furnace and Oak presently. They're
Okay, I
alleys.
didn't know for sure if there were.
Yeah,
So a fire truck could essentially leave by going up toward Thomas.
they could. Yeah, they could.
Okay, I just want to make sure they'd be able to do that.
I'm sorry, I didn't,
Because-
hold on, I want to make sure, what did you say?
I wanted to make sure that a fire truck leaving the scene could go up to Thomas on either Furnace or Oak Street, because they're relatively narrow streets once they get past this building.
The Furnace and Oak Street they're both two-way streets, even though they are narrow.
They're very, very narrow. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
So your questions, Don?
Yes.
Okay, two.
Solicitor? Do you want to?
Yeah, just two questions. Mr. Burr, you had indicated that you found no indication in the ordinance as to density, and maybe this question should first be for the zoning officer. Has there been a modification to 450-11D since 2021? Because I am looking at the grid, which in my copy under 450-11D says that housing for the elderly, the maximum units in an R2 would be 40.
In R2, we agree with that.
Oh, okay.
There's no question about that.
I thought he said there was nowhere in the ordinance.
Oh, 450.
Oh, like a broad brush.
Right.
Like you said.
Which
No.
section
So there
are you
is,
in?
but
Which-
not in R2, and we're
Which
talking
section?
about industrial.
Bob, which section are you looking at?
Yeah, then I may have misunderstood his testimony. I thought he said nowhere in the ordinance. But
Well,
I'm
all
looking
right.
at 450-11D in the R2 district where this would be permitted and which is adjacent to where you're situated. You would be entitled by right to 40 units.
I don't see that.
I don't see
No, I
that.
don't see that.
What's
Do
happening?
you have an older one?
Well, this
pass it over.
it says.
Mine
it was
does not have that
enacted
in it. I just printed it
January
off.
of 21.
This is over for clarification.
That is completely,
I can't hear you, Terry.
I'm sorry.
Just thinking out loud.
I'm thinking out loud. Yes, this has been changed since
Okay.
this version.
Then I
If
was
you
never
turn around, it's
provided
up on
with-
the screen behind you.
Okay, all right, thank you. But I was never provided with a copy of the update.
Matt, you're working with what you got.
You have to print your own.
I will have to do that.
I thought you were trying to make our case there that.
All right.
The
Yeah, you
other
have a
question,
second one?
the other question, and I have no idea where the board's head is at, or if this would even interest them, but, and maybe it's not even a question for this witness, but for Mrs. Attia instead, but is there any thought to assigning a parking space to each unit within their written leases?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, maybe Mrs. Attia.
I think
can
that
address
would probably
when
come up
she-
during land
when she's
development. And
testifying.
I can see reasons why you wouldn't do that.
I
because I
can
think
too, but I
I
can
think
also
Mrs.
see
Attia will
reasons
probably
why.
tell you that she anticipates, based on her experience, that there will be units where the occupants do not have a car. And it'd be nice to have that extra space available for somebody parking, for a visitor. That's,
Right.
and Mr. Terry will tell you that we think we have an excess of parking, and he'll give you a good explanation as to why, but that's okay.
Any other questions? Solicitor?
No, not for me. thank you.
Any from the zoning hearing board? I have a couple. Apologize.
No problem.
I am looking at, and it's just kind of ballpark stuff. I'm looking at Exhibit 7. It is the map with the turning radiuses of a fire truck. You used Dewey Fire Company, I believe is the truck data.
Yes.
Do they have a 40-foot, 43-foot truck?
This was the actual fire truck data that they provided so that we could take that and use the truck turning template.
Is this
the-
recent?
Yes.
Because because I was looking at that.
This was the 2024 plan. We didn't prepare this 2024 plan until June 6, 2024.
And I hate going,
Maybe they just have wishful thinking and want to be sure that they can get a bigger truck.
Yeah,
if
the
they
truck is
got
very
one.
long.
so the aerial truck is 111 feet, right? But the smallest truck I see is a 2013 Pierce Dasher CF Puck rescue pumper. And when I went to one other site, it says its overall length is 50 feet. So that's the apparatus name is from the Dewey Fire Company site. And then when I go for the actual length, it is listed under, gotta create sources, firefamden.com, Wiki Dewey Fire Company. And they list their rescue engine 1311. Specs are 1500, 1000, and 50F, which suggests that it's 50 feet in length. And when I go clicking on links, all I get is a picture right now, but is there the source of information you say it's coming right from the fire company? Did it come from a website, or is this the data that they provided?
As far as I know, this is the data that was provided. A site engineer, her name is Sue Candle, took the fire company data, and she has a special piggyback program that runs with CAD in order to create these curved lines. So she took our background, our CAD background, that had the widened streets on it, and she fit the fire truck turning radii and everything, the fire truck turning template, and did the overlay of those lines on our site plan.
Yeah, the reason why it comes in is because we've had one, the earliest testimony you provided was from 2021. And since then, in the last 5 years, I thought there's public knowledge that the fire company had obtained different apparatus as well as retired some. I'm just wondering if the trucks are actually longer than 43 feet, which is possible, according to whatever website I just clicked on, which was the Fandom Fire Wiki site. Then I'm thinking that we're working with old data, and then I'm wondering if there was a possibility, like if the truck is longer, will it still be able to make those turns that are drawn here?
We can also radius the corners at wider corners, on our side of the site because you commented that the fire truck is probably going to be coming down the Furnace Street side because the firemen are going to want to enter the building through the two fire stair towers, which are marked sidewalk at the top and bottom of the plan. We just discussed that. So we certainly can take our property there, which we show a 5-foot radius to the corner of our property line there, and we could make that a larger radius.
Are we talking about the northwest corner?
Northwest corner of our site. We certainly, through the land development process, we certainly could widen the radius of that corner. Because we're already moving the curb of the south curve of Bachman Street, 2 feet towards our property there.
Toward that end, counsel, would your client also accept as a reasonable condition that the final plan is subject to the final approval of the fire company?
Within reason, yes. As far as the.
Well, in terms of their
We know
ability to accept.
Well, let me
to
say
have
this.
access
We
to
know
the
that the fire company will be asked to review a land development plan.
Well, I
And
understand.
we certainly, as Gene just said, you can cut back that corner substantially so that a much larger truck could easily get down that street. The only thing I can think of is it may affect the K-turn ability to get out, but
We just discussed that you certainly could drive all the way down Furnace Street
Well,
to
that's-
Thomas
yeah.
and exit down there because those are two-way. Furnace Street and Oak Street are two-way streets.
Right.
Do you, sorry,
No problem. Go ahead.
do you know where the nearest source of water is?
Source of water is under Main Street, and I don't know precisely where all of the utilities are located because this is a sketch plan, and I'm not the site engineer but the architect. But
Because typically the first fire truck is going to stop at the hydrant
Mhm,
and drop hose there, and it's
Right.
going to continue into the fire.
mhm.
Now, there's also the possibility of mutual aid too. It is a high occupancy building. So you're probably going to have multiple responses.
Just to add on to that, because that was my next question as far as the water supply. Originally, that place was zoned for an industrial.
Mhm.
Now, of course, not representing a fire company or any fire establishments. I'm just trying to use layperson understanding. When I think of industrial, I think more of a, like in movies where they do like a surround and drown kind of approach. And then Don here has pointed out that this is not an industrial place. This is actually someone's home where they could be sleeping. These are not people that are up on shift like in an industrial zone. And I imagine that some people may be hard of hearing and there may be rescue operations that are necessary. So I understand you're going to design physical barriers and everything that prevent the propagation of a fire from one area to another. However, the supply of water would probably be, I would guess, would need to be sufficient to also add to that protection level as far as, because I'm trying to figure out how long would it take, not an expert, to evacuate 40, apartments or elderly people who may have special needs as
Right,
well
but
as
to say
8
they would need-
employees. I mean, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm just curious.
By definition, they're not people with special needs. I mean, this use does not apply to people with special needs.
This is not an assisted living facility. It is not a personal care facility. It is independent living. So that, they're really apartments.
More than independent.
And they were 55 plus ultimately.
That's all, yeah. Not 80 plus. That's-
I'm getting close to 80, I feel, so careful. So the other thing too is one of the other questions as far as design, now that you mentioned it. So the assisted living facilities have a definition of central dining area and programs. Is there any central dining area for this?
Our next witness is going to, well, Gene has, I think Gene
I have-
testified that we have 2 large rooms.
Yeah, I have space set aside on the first floor for an activity area and space set aside on the first floor for a dining area.
But there will
yes.
not be a kitchen to supply food for the neighbor.
Food preparation is not done in this building.
Mrs. Attia will tell you
Okay.
about that.
I'm just wondering if it's in the design or anything. Would these open spaces or activity areas for programs, or are they just right now just kind of blank slates? As far as your design, were you
I would
told
say-
to design something
yeah.
with a specific purpose?
I would say they're blank slates at this point in time. Yes.
So the answer to the first question, the one question was, we don't know as far as the water supply to the facility, or if it's been piped in. That would be more of a borough thing, correct? So the fire department?
So when they do
Yes.
the NFPA 13 sprinkler systems, not 13R, but NFPA 13 sprinkler systems. So that means that, we're going to have dry systems in the parking deck level. That means that any attics up above are going to be also protected with dry systems, not like an NFPA 13R. And it also means any combustible concealed spaces, we're going to avoid them. We never design buildings with combustible concealed spaces. But if there were any, they would need sprinkler heads inside them also. So that's what an NFPA 13 sprinkler system gives you instead of an NFPA 13R. Now, when the fire protection company does their design that's submitted, for third party code review, they will do hydraulic testing. They'll open up one of the fire hydrants, in the neighborhood, which is directly adjacent, probably, on Main Street. I'm not exactly certain where the nearest fire hydrant is, if that's at Main and Bachman or if it's down at Thomas Street. But they'll open up that fire hydrant and they'll do a flow test and a pressure test at that location. And then based upon that, then when they do their design of the NFPA 13 sprinkler system in the building, they're going to size the piping accordingly so that it gets the proper flow rates to cover the building in accordance with the NFPA 13 sprinkler code.
Now, you've mentioned NFP 13R. I'm guessing R may be.
R stands for
Thank
residential.
you.
Yeah.
So are these units going to be sprinklered?
They're all going to be sprinklered. Yes, the whole building
Okay.
is sprinklered.
So it's also meeting both requirements.
Well, the NFPA 13R is a more lenient sprinkler code. So the NFPA 13R sprinkler code does not require that you sprinkler combustible concealed spaces. The NFPA 13R sprinkler system does not require that you sprinkler the attic. And the NFPA 13R system is a little more lenient with piping types. So the NFPA 13 sprinkler system is a full commercial sprinkler system. It is the type of sprinkler system that can be used in any use of these buildings. So it allows us to have the mixed use of having the parking deck underneath the building, which is considered an S storage use and mixed with our R2 residential use upstairs.
That's fine, that kind of
Yeah.
expands upon it. So that means that when you're dealing with just the, as you said, NFPA 13,
Mhm.
that's commercial level, so it'll be dealing with the fact that there are 40 vehicles, each containing about 10 gallons or more of gasoline and so many quarts of oil and everything, that the system will be sized for basically that type of situation.
Absolutely.
Right above
Yes.
40 units of people who,
Yes.
are
Yeah,
sleeping.
in fact, the NFPA 13 sprinkler code, lists different types of occupancies. Now, I'm not a sprinkler designer. What we ordinarily do is we specify based upon the building code that the sprinkler system must be an NFPA 13 system, or it must be an NFPA 13R system, or NFPA 13D for townhouses. But we don't actually, I don't design the sprinkler system myself because I'm not a sprinkler designer. But most of the time, we hire a sprinkler company who does that design on a design build basis. So they are sprinkler experts who install like Kistler O'Brien fire protection, or one of the other fire protection companies.
And you keep saying the dry system, that's because it's exposed to the elements, freezing or something?
That's correct. Yeah, you can't have a wet charge system, that has water in the pipes, in an attic that is not heated, or they'll burst and then, and you have a problem. So the dry system is acknowledged by the code for for those particular situations, and there's air in the pipes, and when one of the Bismarck fusible links melts in a sprinkler head, the air that is in the pipes rushes out, and then the water comes into the pipes, and now you're fighting the fire. That's how it works.
So it sounds like what you're describing is there's a pre-activation sequence or something to put water into the pipes.
Yeah,
What is-
you're asking me a lot of questions,
Okay.
which is probably beyond my expertise, because, like I said
You don't
earlier,
do sprinkler
but it will.
designs.
The sprinkler. What I can say is that that the sprinkler system will be designed per NFPA 13, and we are fine if you make that a condition of any approvals.
That would also provide a fire department connection on the outside, correct?
That's correct. It does assign these fire department connection. That's
Do we
correct.
know where those connections are at this time?
That will come about throughout the planning commission process as Dewey Fire Company says, I want one here, I want one there, I want a fire hydrant on this corner, we do what they tell us we need to do,
I'm not
So-
sure. Can you put a fire hydrant on the corner at this time?
Sure you can.
Be careful.
No, what I'm saying is that, when you go
You're talking about like
when you go through the planning
those
commission
connections on the
process,
outside. Yeah.
when you go through the planning process, the fire company is intimately involved in that approval, and they review, their firefighting and what would be necessary, if any modifications are necessary to our site plan, and in order, or if they say we'd like to see that you add a fire hydrant on the on the corner of your property, that they say that, and as a result of the planning commission process, we end up with a fire hydrant there. Yep, that's the way it
I think it's
works.
safe to say you won't need it, because I just checked. There's a fire hydrant at Bachman, just inside Bachman at Main, and there's one just inside Main at Thomas.
Okay, great.
So you're in good shape there.
Great. And we're real close to the water main of Hellertown is underneath Main Street. So, we're pretty close to the major flow.
I feel like you should
Pressure.
be sitting over there and charging a rate. Or, I think as far as the designs and everything, I think the rest of my questions are basically into the operations, which will be a later witness, it sounds like.
Yes.
Just in case I instituted or initiated any of the questions, is there any questions? Okay. Are we any following witnesses gonna address the parking spaces?
Absolutely.
Okay,
So
so
when you say
we'll-
parking spaces.
As far as the requirements and how they're set up and the dimensions and everything, or is that still with the building
We're
design?
going to address the number of parking spaces.
Number of parking spaces, that would be the big question. So you have a witness
We have
later?
a third witness, Mr. Terry.
I'll reserve my questions for later to make sure, because he might
He's
just
gonna
answer my
He's going to
questions.
follow Mrs. Attia. No offense, Gene, but there'll be less lengthy testimony.
Yeah, is it okay for the public question? Or it should be with each witness?
I assume you want this off the record because I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm asking for advice from our solicitor, or refer his question. Would it be best, considering the length of testimony and everything and time constraints, and to provide access for our public to wait to all the testimonies given for where we get public comment or questions, or should we do it with each witness?
I know it sounds more time, more expeditious from a time standpoint to save everything till the end. But if you have different people asking questions of different witnesses, then you've got witnesses going back and forth. So probably the better way would be to ask if they have any questions of this testimony.
I just want to make sure our public is represented. Just before we go to the public, any other questions from the zoning hearing board or anything?
The other thing I would like to say is I have no objection. All three witnesses are going to be here. Sometimes, as you know, the next witness answers the question, and that tends to, we may be providing the answers that these people are concerned about with the direct testimony, and it may eliminate questions.
And I'm not asking anybody who's here to do anything worse or more limited to what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to reserve my questions, but I do have access to the witnesses as it proceeds, you know. So I had a whole bunch of questions to answer right now. That's why I wanted to make sure if we're meeting the letter of law, also we want to be our good, we're all neighbors here, so we're good.
I'm sorry, Bob, I can't hear you. Can you use your mic,
I'm
please?
sorry. I indicate that we're meeting the letter of the law if they wait and hold the questions until the end.
Just in case, because once again, there's familiar faces there. As you can see, familiar faces up here. If there was like absolute time constraint, then of course we want to try to meet your, you know, you can pass the question or comments on to a person who's going to remain here. But from the sounds of it, for continue to expedite this, we're going to continue moving forward with witnesses, right? I don't see any objections or anything, right? And no one's raising hands publicly, right, on the internet.
We're not on.
We're not
An
screening-
interactive.
Oh, no interactive here. All right, they can always come down, right? If they want to say something. Otherwise, thank you very much. If you have another witness,
I do. Mrs. Attila, please. Thank you.
Good evening.
Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Sure. Namita Kapoor Atia. My business address is 1050 Main Street in Hellertown, PA 18055.
Can you spell your name, please?
Nimita, last name Kapoor -ATIYEH.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Attila, what is your occupation?
Administrator and president of Saucon Valley Manor, Whitehall Manor, Parkland Manor, Bethlehem Manor, and Saucon Valley Manor 2 and 3.
For the record, some people may know what all of those facilities are, but could you describe those facilities? What are the facilities?
We are personal care homes, all of them except Saucon 2 and 3. Part of them are independent and personal care, regulated under the 2600 regulations and BHSL in the state of Pennsylvania.
And what's a DHSL?
BHSL is Bureau of Human Licensing Services.
Okay. They're all licensed facilities, is
Yes.
that correct? All right. Now, and all of those facilities are, in a broad sense, Attila family properties, is that correct?
Correct.
They're owned by LLCs or trusts or something like that, but they're all, the family operates all of them.
Correct.
All right. And all those facilities cater to an elderly population, but perhaps a different elderly population.
Yes,
Not all people qualify the same way.
correct. Everybody's assessed in the personal care prior to coming to ensure that we can safely meet their needs. Independent is a little different, and that is a little different in Saucon Valley Manor 2 and 3.
What are Saucon Valley Manor 2 and 3?
They are, though they're licensed under the 2600 regulations, so if someone did need minimal care, that would be meds or showers, we can supply it in their apartment or studio. If they would need additional care, we work with them and the POA to move to the main building.
Okay. Well, Mrs. Attila, you have a lot of experience dealing with the elderly population. Behind tab A16, on tab 16, as exhibit A16, there is what I believe to be a resume of
Yes.
your background and experience. Do you prepare this resume?
Yes,
And is all the information in that resume a true and correct summary of all of your experience in the different facilities that you operate, et cetera?
correct.
It's a CV of sorts. I'm not offering Mrs. Atiyah as an expert in any professional sense, but as an expert dealing with certain aspects of this population and someone familiar with the proposed facility, I think should be very helpful for us. You indicated that some of the facilities that you supervise do have independent living facilities.
Yes,
Now, in this case, what is proposed is what I would call an apartment project. The only pre-qualification is one resident must be over 55, and if there are two residents, the other one can be under 55, to a certain extent.
correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Do you have any facilities like that? I mean, do you have independent living units where people live in apartments on their own?
We have independent living, which is not like Bachman Street, because we're not going to be supplying services unless they contract. Our independent living is a little different, where we do offer certain services.
In this particular facility, will there be any full-time staff?
No,
Okay. Thank you. So it's just like a regular apartment house that doesn't have a full-time staff,
correct.
right? Okay. Now, how far away from the Bachman Street location is Saucon Valley Manor and
Walk.
Saucon 1 and 2?
Walking distance.
And how far, when you say walk, some people can walk a lot further than others. So, I mean, give us an idea. Are you half a block away, 2 blocks away?
And about probably like 2 blocks away, 2.5 blocks.
All right.
As you zoom out on the aerial, and you see they're half a block away.
Yes, it's only a block.
Well, yeah, but if you go the other way through Rita's and get your ice first, then it's a little longer.
Okay.
All right. Now, will the two facilities have a relationship? In other words, if I have an apartment in this Bachman Street facility, and I don't feel like cooking, each of the units has its own kitchen, correct?
Full kitchen.
All right, full kitchen. But if I felt lazy, wanted to say, hey, I'd rather have my meals brought in, could I contract, or will I be able to contract with Saucon Valley Manor for that service?
Yes, with a minimum of 24-hour notice.
Okay, all right. So I want to have a family Thanksgiving dinner and invite my children and their grandchildren. You could accommodate that. They could accommodate that by contracting with Saucon Valley Manor,
In their apartment.
or they could cook their own meal.
Correct.
Okay. And if someone did that, how would the meal be delivered?
We would take our Suburban SUV and put the food in the Cambro, take the Cambro, bring it to either a designated area in the building, one of the activity spaces that are undetermined, or take it right to the apartment.
But there will be no central kitchen, no cooking in the Bachman Street facility.
No.
No meals served there by a staff.
No.
All right. If I had a maintenance problem with my unit, like I had a leaky water pipe or a leaky toilet, how would I get maintenance?
You would contact our maintenance, and if it's non-emergent, they will schedule to come out. If it's emergent, then we would call someone immediately to come.
But if I had a problem like a television, my television's on the fritz, I would have to be responsible for getting that
Correct.
fixed, correct?
Correct, that's not, yeah,
If I had a minor plumbing problem, I could call a plumber if it was my problem. My
Correct.
toilet leaks, I have to, not around the bottom, but if it's a malfunction internally, I'd be responsible.
You would be responsible for anything that you would normally be in any other apartment. If it was other functionalities, yes, you can contact us for emergent or non-emergent.
Okay. You are just perhaps more convenient, and you have maintenance people that you could supply on a non-emergency basis for maintenance.
Yes,
But again, they pay for it.
Yep.
Okay, it's not included in
and they
their rent.
schedule it.
And they schedule it, okay. no medical care or treatment would be provided to these people.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct,
So they would this facility then would not be a licensed facility,
correct.
correct? Okay. So you don't have any physical exams to,
No.
as a pre-qualification for rental? Okay. It's an apartment building, just
Yes, it
age
is.
qualified, okay. Now, do you have experience with your independent living people as far as the number of cars, for example, that they have?
Yes.
Yes, what is your experience?
Our Saucon 2 and 3 have over 71 residents, and currently 14 have cars.
14, oh,
Are these,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first number. How many residents are there?
72 between Saucon Valley Manor 3 and 2, and 14 have vehicles.
now are these people that are able to, they don't need services on a regular basis? They don't need assistance with showering or
Correct.
anything like that? Is that correct?
Correct.
And they could, these people about whom you're speaking would qualify for they could live in one of these units,
They could.
okay, if they chose to. Okay. And what type of living facilities do you have there? Are there one-bedroom apartments, for
We
example?
have studios and 1-bedroom apartments and 2-bedroom apartments.
Okay. So you operate independent living facilities that cater to the same type of population that you're going to cater to here,
Yes,
except you're going to provide services if they need them in the existing facilities.
correct.
Okay. Do you regulate when people have to leave an independent facility, or is that their decision?
When someone needs, if they're unsafe, we work with the fire department. We do monthly drills, and then we just have our supervised drill. If someone cannot safely evacuate on their own to a fire-safe area, we will contact their POA, have a meeting with them, and then we would regulate that they would need to come where they can be safe and with more
The
assistance.
POA would be a person who has a power of attorney?
Correct.
Is that?
Yes, sorry, power of attorney, yes.
Okay. All right. And so typically, your independent living people, much as people who live independently in senior apartments, leave those independent facilities when they have a physical problem that makes it difficult for them to live without assistance
Physical or cognitive.
or cognitive. And is, based on the description that you've given, that's the reason you don't anticipate the need for any employee parking spaces. There'll be no full-time employees on this site.
On Bachman Street, no.
Based on your experience with other independent living facilities that you've operated, is 43 cars for 43 apartments an adequate number, in your opinion?
I'm sorry, what is it, what number?
43 cars for 43 units, in her opinion, as not as a traffic engineer, obviously, based on your experience, would that be an adequate number of parking spaces?
Yes, very adequate.
I have no more direct questions, Mrs. Tia.
Any questions from the zoning hearing board?
just the one that I brought up to the extent that the board may want to consider addressing it. What are your thoughts on assigning spaces to particular units?
We brought it up in our independent building to assign by units. And unfortunately, things subject to change in the independent building. And we opted not to do it with the limited number of people that are driving. And also as people discharge or leave those units and say, come to the main building, the next person moving in may not even have a car, so it's irrelevant. I don't think it's something that's required, and I don't think it helps in any way with snow removal or getting them out. And we've never had an argument of someone taking anyone else's parking spot. If they would call me.
Yeah, no, you're right, it's not required, but where, and I understand your opinion that 43 spaces is more than sufficient for 43 units, but not under the ordinance as it reads today.
We understand that.
I'm sorry?
We understand that.
Yeah, so it is germane, if you will, in that situation, so,
We have the next witness is the traffic expert, so he can probably shed some additional light on.
well, let me ask you this, if the board would want to attach that as a condition, or what problems would you anticipate with that?
I think we'd have to, I believe in hearing everybody talk. We'd have to talk to the residents living there and hear their opinion. Initially, some of my residents in Saucon Valley Manor 3 wanted them labeled by unit. And as we got into it and with snow removal and with physical changes, they didn't want it anymore. I think you have to look at not just what we think people want and what's for their safety, but what truly is day-to-day living. And when you talk to them, I don't think they do want that.
Well, and I wasn't even suggesting numbering them to correspond with a particular apartment, but identifying them and making sure one is assigned per unit if they are wanted.
I think it should be optional because I do know many people who use the bus service. I know many people who don't even use vehicles. Unfortunately, leaving your home of 40, 50 years, you bring a lot of stuff, including your vehicle. When you find out that you're not using it as much, and Main Street is such a vibrant location right now, I don't think you're going to see as many vehicles as you think.
Okay.
I did have one thing. I just wanted to clarify the types of assistance, because I believe you said in Saucon 2 and 3, obviously there's meals, that's across the board, but I believe you said in Saucon 2 and 3 that you do offer assistance in the realm of dressing, bathing, things like that, correct?
So out of 72 residents at Saucon Valley Manor 2 and 3, 22, and without, I can't give you names or anything,
Sure.
but out of HIPAA, have opted, either they or their family have opted that we manage their meds and assist with showers.
Okay.
So that, because we're dual licensed, they can stay in that. If they ever have a mobility issue, again, that they can't be there, then we would work with them as a team
Right.
to transition them.
And you intend to offer this exact same types of services at Bachman Street?
Bachman Street's not independent living. It's not going to be regulated by the state, and it's not going to be licensed by 2600. I think what our attorney was saying was, if someone decides that they choose that they don't want to cook a Saturday night dinner, and they'd like us, so they have to give us 24-hour notice, our Suburban with the Cambro will run the food over and then run back.
Right. So I get the food part. So you're
Saucon
not,
Valley DoorDash.
Yes,
so you're not offering the assistance, the same type of assistance that you
Not at all.
offer at Saucon 2 and 3?
There will be no nursing, physical assistance.
So you're basically saying that it's not necessarily catering to the same population?
Not at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just noticed that people are in sync as far as tapping up here. Any other questions? So I do.
sir.
So I know it's going to be coming later on, but this is an operations question. When we looked at the testimony that was given to us, we were given as far as the units and everything. There's 8 employees. Where did the 8 come from?
I have no idea. There are no 8 employees going there.
Because I saw in the drawing for parking requirements, it says 8 employees on Exhibit 6.
That's because that was, and I think Mr. Berg addressed that. That was because that was the plan that was reviewed. The operational plan has changed.
Right.
That was, we're not proposing 8 employees. That was hypothetical at the time. And the operational plan has evolved since then. And we know now that we don't need that the way it's going to be.
Okay, so that's scratched when we come to the discussion later on. So as far as operation that was just given today, is that I would not call it DoorDash. DoorDash doesn't need 24 hours notice.
I understand that.
If they're giving enough ample time, basically we're just going to have someone that's going to prepare a meal or get food off Bachman and then deliver it and then obviously not stay there from the sounds of it, because there's no
Leave.
full-time employees. So that would be just like visitor parking or any other ancillary parking, maybe even a loading zone or something like that.
Or
whatever your
inside
operation
if
is.
they're empty spaces.
Yeah, any other empty spaces. Okay. So, thank you very much. Also, when you gave testimony on Saucon 2 and 3, you said 2 and 3 is more like independent living, so it's not in any way like Bachman?
Correct.
Okay, so it does have staff.
Saucon 2 and 3 has staff.
Saucon 2 and 3 does have staff. Okay, and of the 14 cars, you said that was completely just residents, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when I just do the quick numbers as far as like 43 people, 43 units times 2, that's 83. It's almost compatible to the 72 residents. So that leaves that according to these numbers, you might just need maybe 16 parking spaces for the residents if I took this at face value. If we go this direction and you have more insight than we do, you must have some plans for these open parking spaces. What's going to happen to the parking spaces?
I think it's nice to have the open space also. And I know when this was a brutal winter, so when our guys would be cleaning, it's good to have that extra space to do your turnaround, come over and go.
So this is enclosed, as far as I understand.
That parking, yes, over there is
In Bachman.
enclosed. Yeah, we have no plans that we're going to develop them into anything.
Not
I
like
think it's just
storage or
good to
anything,
have
material.
Space.
I'm sorry, hold on, you're both
Sorry.
starting to talk at the same time.
Sorry.
One second.
So it's not, there's no like standard procedure, like if you're getting there's only one loading zone here and it's a small one. So it probably restricts the truck size, I'm guessing, just guess. If you had multiple deliveries, but you couldn't get it out to the materials to the floor for maintenance, repairs, whatever it is, you wouldn't be using these parking spaces for like temporary storage or anything, would you?
No, and this is not going to work like this. This is an apartment. So I know when I started 40 some years ago, I had an apartment. I would go to the grocery store and my bags would go out. I don't need multiple cleaning. I don't need all of that. So none of that will be delivered. At Saucon Valley Manor, Maine, 2 and 3, that's different. We get U.S. Foods deliveries 2 times a week. We get Aramesco to deliver our laundry supplies. None of that's happening here. These are apartments that are independently taking care of themselves.
Okay, so these spaces are purely at this point designated parking spaces, regardless if a resident uses it or not.
Correct.
Anything else?
I have something. You mentioned families coming over for Thanksgiving and things like that. What about guest parking? I mean, there are some large families. Where would they be able to park?
That's a good question, but what we're seeing a lot of, even in like Saucon Valley Manor 2 and 3, when families are getting together, like during COVID, we didn't have such a large amount of people coming. Now people are coming over more due to drinking. We're seeing more people Uber and Lyft, and we're seeing that happen regularly in Saucon Valley Manor 2 or 3.
Okay.
I'm sort of like very strict about my residents get their parking and like no one else can use that. I don't want employees or visitors. That is their space. So we see a large increase in Uber and Lyft.
Okay. And you mentioned that there is no personal services there. Can somebody, as far as like caretaking and things like that, but somebody could have somebody come in like a
They could
house
hire
cleaner
Biata.
or something like that?
I mean, they could hire Biata or an outside agency.
Yeah.
We're not going to supply nursing services.
Right. How about parking on a regular basis for that type of service that they would hire?
I don't see that happening because I think if someone needs that assistance, I do think people are going to, well, also, actually, I know we use LifeSpring for VNA services and all that. They come in groups of 2 and 3 if they have other people in the building. So I think we have ample parking. If you see, we had 72 people with only 14 spaces. I don't think it's going to be an issue at all.
And
I mean, I have to go, I'm going to be 60 April 5th, and I'm in this category, and I'm still able to ambulate and get around and everything. So if, you use common sense with that.
Yeah. And one more. So you mentioned that, this is a 55 and older group,
Yes,
not independent living.
correct.
You explained that at independent living, you have 72 residents, only 14 drive.
I said 14 supply cars.
Okay. I don't know. I'm going to be 55, not soon, but shortly. And I hope I still drive, and I hope my husband still drives. So I mean, wouldn't you expect each unit still being able to get in their car, go to work, do their errands. I mean, it's an apartment. It's not an independent living facility.
Correct. And what we're also seeing an increase of is people are waiting much longer to come, where it's saying it's 55 and over. We have people in Saucon 2 and 3 are 102, 103, 97, 88. And we are seeing when people are downsizing, husband and wives, they're limiting what they have as well as down to one car.
Okay.
And that's what I've been seeing at least with 2 and 3 since 2017. I know in Saucon Valley Manor, Maine, when we're getting couples and one is more advanced than the other, we're not talking your age at 50 something or my age going to be 60. We're talking in the 80s and 90s. I might have a wife living in 3 and walking over to see her husband who's in the secured memory care in the Maine. So things do change. So I don't see in a couple, both of them having a car. I haven't seen that in, like 30 plus years in this business. I see how that downsizes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm kind of digesting the whole elderly definition since I am in that age zone. And as far as parking, I have 3 motorcycles, just without even talking about cars, okay? So I am, according to this, elderly, and I have multitude of vehicles that I would have having to be parking for. However, we're going to address this.
May I address that too? Because that's a reasonable observation, except I know no apartment unit owners who don't have a limit on the number of vehicles in their leases. I mean, that's the thing that we're missing here. It's not somebody can say, well, I got 6 cars, I'm gonna park them all in my garage. They're gonna be limits.
Actually, and we're not looking at limiting the max number of parking spaces. We're talking about the minimum.
No, I understand that. And the next witness is, as I said, the expert who can give you some answers to some of these other questions. We wanted Mrs. Attia here to give you some practical experience to temper the expert, so to speak. Okay?
And as far as the operation, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No.
As far as the operation question, you have 2 vacant spaces that are listed like an activity room or a dining room. It's just kind of like in a bubble cloud, like a dream or something. Those spaces available only to the residents, or are they available for rental?
They're only for the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to call Peter Terry, please. Mr. Terry, would you state your name and business address, please?
Peter Terry, 1727 West Jonathan Street,
Keep your voice up.
Allentown, PA.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Benchmark Civil Engineering, engineer, traffic engineer, and president of the company.
Okay. What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Lehigh University in civil engineering and a master's degree from Villanova University in transportation engineering.
Are you a registered professional engineer?
Yes, I am.
In what states?
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York.
And how long have you been registered as a professional engineer in Pennsylvania?
1991.
Other than your 3 professional registrations, professional engineering registrations, are there any other registrations that you have?
I hold 2 other traffic engineering certifications, a professional traffic operations engineer and a roadway safety professional.
Have you also served as an adjunct faculty member at any colleges or universities?
Yes, I've taught at both Lehigh and Lafayette transportation engineering courses.
Have you been accepted as an expert in civil/transportation engineering and proceedings before local municipalities and in the courts of common pleas of Northampton, Lehigh, and Monroe counties?
Yes, I have.
Among your professional memberships, are you a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers?
Yes, I am. I hold the grade of fellow.
And what
Sorry,
is-
I didn't hear. I hold the grade what?
Of fellow.
First of all, what is the Institute of Transportation Engineers? And I'm going to call that ITE for short. What is that?
Thank you. It's a organization of professionals, worldwide organization. To be a member, you have to show the different membership grades. You have to show expertise in transportation engineering.
I'm sorry, transportation, your voice dips down.
Sorry, transportation engineering.
Thank you.
And you said you were a fellow in IT. What does that mean?
That means I pay higher dues than
Okay.
most of the people.
And
It may mean a little bit more than that, but mostly it means I pay higher.
what is has your involvement with IT been other than paying dues?
Other than paying dues and doing a lot of continuing education to keep up my certifications, I've been involved with. They have two manuals that they routinely update. One is the trip generation manual, and the other is the parking generation manual. Tonight we're going to talk about the parking generation manual. It is a collection of studies of different facilities and the amount of parking associated with those facilities. I'm sorry, I've served on a number of committees. The most recent update, a most recent update to the parking generation manual, I served on that committee, assisting in reviewing studies that data that came in and writing the text for the document that we're going to refer to tonight.
All right. Please refer to Exhibit A10 behind tab 10, please. Is this a copy of your professional resume?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare this?
Yes, I did.
Is all the information on Exhibit A10 true, correct, and accurate information as it relates to your education, professional experience, membership, awards, publications, etc.?
Yes, it is.
I'm offering Mr. Terry as an expert transportation engineer. You told us that the Institute of Transportation, or ITE, publishes a parking generation manual. What's the current edition of that manual?
Let's see, current edition is the 6th edition.
Now, I happen to have a copy of that myself, and I read the preface to it. Do you agree with the statement that's contained in the manual that the parking generation manual is an educational tool designed for planners, transportation professionals, zoning boards, and others who are interested in estimating parking demand in a proposed development?
Yes.
That's an accurate quote, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How is the parking generation manual compiled?
Essentially, we collect data from a number of different types of facilities. That data it's oftentimes part of engineering studies that are performed. Sometimes it is collected directly by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Sometimes it's collected as part of research performed, for instance, by the Transportation Research Board, which is part of the National Science Foundation. Sometimes it's collected as part of other publicly funded studies. That data is collected, submitted, reviewed, and statistically analyzed prior to making it into a database, which we use to create this manual.
And is the manual in turn used by you and other transportation experts in preparing traffic studies for land development?
Yes, and also oftentimes by municipalities in developing their zoning or subdivision and land development ordinances.
Okay. Is there a land use category in the parking generation manual for the type of project that is proposed by Exchange 21 for the 30 Bachman Street site?
Yes, thank goodness, because often there isn't.
Okay. And would you turn to Exhibit A11 behind tab 11? Can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, this is a page printed from the database. It's land use 252 senior adult housing multifamily.
Actually, first of all, the exhibit is 3 pages. You're referring to the first page of the 3-page exhibit, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with, you've heard the description of the proposed project. Does the description of the proposed project meet the description of Land Use Code 252, senior adult housing dash multifamily.
Yes.
And if you read that, and I'm reading this, so I know the board members all have a copy, they can read it for themselves. But among other things, this says that residents in these communities are typically considered active and require little to no medical supervision. The percentage of retired residents varies by development. The development may include amenities. They generally lack centralized dining and One Health facilities.
I'm sorry, centralized, like your voice is.
All right. Where did you lose me? Or did I lose you?
Include amenities.
Okay. Yeah, I stopped right there and I said they generally lack centralized dining and on-site health facilities. Okay. And the board can decide whether or not that sounds like something that Mrs. Attia described for this project. All right, in the second page, is there anything else you'd like to talk to the board about or mention to the board about the description on that first page?
Sure. There are two things that are thankful in this particular data as compared to this project. Under additional data, the average parking supply ratio for the 3 study sites, and this is the sad part, there are only 3 study sites. They were in general urban suburban settings, which is very similar to what we have with this project. And the parking supply was 0.93 spaces per dwelling unit, which we actually exceed. The average parking occupancy at these 3 sites is 66%.
And
So-
what does peak parking mean as used in this study?
So we'll actually have to, I'll cover that on the next page.
All right, fine.
And then the other thing that it states under there is these sites were surveyed in the 2000s in Pennsylvania. So this data, I will say 99% of this data is Pennsylvania, or is United States and Southern Canada. That's where we get our data from. It's not international data or anything like that, but to get it from Pennsylvania is great. It's likely to be a good descriptor for this project.
A lot of times when you look at one of these land use categories, they don't tell you where all the sites are, do they?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, although there are a limited number of sites, all 3 of them happen to be in Pennsylvania, notwithstanding the fact that this manual will be used across the country and in Canada.
Correct.
Okay. Now, why don't you, rather than having me ask you questions, why don't you explain the second and third pages of this exhibit to the board?
Sure.
Pretend you're teaching.
So this second page, basically, this is a plot of those 3 studies showing the number of dwelling units versus the parking. There at the top, it's the peak parking demand per dwelling unit. So this would be looking over a 24-hour period. What was the maximum number of parking spaces that were utilized? To the left is the average rate. Then it gives you a range of rates, the 33rd and 85th percentiles. If you're into statistics, you know what that means. Then there's the 95th confidence interval, which this has an asterisk on because there's far too little data to give you a 95th percentile confidence interval. And there's a standard deviation, again, if you're into statistics. So as you can see from the plotting of the data, the dashed line is giving you sort of the average between those 3 points to give you a general idea of what you would expect in terms of the number of parking spaces that would be required. Then on the next page is actually from the software that comes along with this. If you plug in the number of dwelling units, it draws a line and tells you the number of parking spaces. And this is just to make it a little bit easier to see. For 43 dwelling units, it would tell you that you need 26 parking spaces. Now, this is, based on 3 studies that we have, it's looking at a peak parking demand.
What is peak parking demand? Why don't you explain that?
So during the day, the number of cars that will be parked in this, at this facility will vary, obviously, as people come and go. And it's just simply saying that sometime during the day, you will reach a peak of 26 for this number of dwelling units.
Now, back on the first page of the exhibit, under time of day distribution for parking demand, the last half of the last sentence says presumed peak peak period for parking demand for this land use is between late evening and early morning. Based on your experience, Mr. Terry, that's what you expect, wouldn't it?
Right.
That's when people are home.
People come home at the end of the day and they're all parked there.
You would expect as many people, that would be the time when you expect if everybody had a car, everybody would be home, or most everybody would be home.
Correct.
All right. Notwithstanding that, on the second page, said the average peak parking demand would be 0.61. Now, if we supplied, for this job, there are 43 parking spaces will be available, right? You heard that testimony. Let's assume that the average rate is 0.61. That was 3 projects with an average number of dwelling units at 58 in each of the projects. So it's a little larger, but.
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
All
Sorry.
right.
It's probably louder for me than it is for you. But let's assume the average, if you could just pick up from there, and the noise happened.
Well, the average rate or the average number? Okay. The average rate in the study shows a parking demand of 0.61 spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the average number of dwelling units for for each of these projects was 58. That's reasonably comparable to the project we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Different than the 300 unit project, may not be comparable.
exactly.
Okay. We have 43 spaces. If the average rate is accurate, we would multiply 43 times 0.61 to get the average number of spaces that would be occupied. Is that how that would work?
Yes,
Okay.
the peak number, yes, during the day, yes,
Yeah, at any time,
yes,
morning or night.
correct.
And you would assume the most number of residents who had cars would be home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've heard the testimony tonight from Mr. Berg about the borough ordinance requirements. And I think you probably heard the testimony. By definition, most of the parking requirements require a certain number of spaces per dwelling unit, plus 1 for each employee.
I heard that, yes.
Does ITE look at the number of employees in collecting this data?
No, for this use, it is simply the number of dwelling units.
So, as an expert, does that mean that employee parking is part of this equation?
It would be if there were any employees at this use. I believe that this use does not have any employees,
Yeah, just like ours doesn't.
just like ours.
Okay. Now, if this data were accurate, and if 26 spaces is the requirement, that would leave 17 available spaces for visitors, maintenance, people who come in to bring a meal in. Is that correct? Is that
That's-
how I would read that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So even if there were a couple of full-time employees, in your opinion, would there be adequate parking with 43 spaces?
Yes,
And you have a margin of error much greater than 2 or 3 employees, wouldn't you?
you have a rather significant margin of error in the event that someone is there repairing something in the facility or delivering food or some other activity at at the units.
And in your experience, would that fact alone mitigate against assigning units, one space per unit, not allowing other people to park in that numbered space? I mean, you have room for guests and visitors, don't you?
I would think so, yes.
And if you had that assigned space, then the visitors has no place to park. Is that correct?
I would believe, yes.
Your professional opinion, Mr. Terry, and you have a lot of experience as summarized in your CV. Will 43 spaces be adequate to serve the proposed 43-unit project that you have heard described tonight?
Yes, it will.
Concludes my examination of Mr. Terry.
So any questions from the zoning hearing board? Solicitor has a question.
Gary, you and I went around on this in another case together. Is it not fair to say that this is just an average?
Just an average. You mean peak parking demand versus dwelling units? I'm not sure what you mean by just an
Well,
average.
in other words, are they saying that these numbers would apply in every single situation for a use such as that being proposed tonight?
No,
Or are there some instances where the numbers are higher, some instances where the numbers are lower, and these are the median numbers, if you will? Do we know that?
So I would suggest, if you look at the second page of the exhibit, you can see the 3 data points that are there, and I will admit it's weak only having 3 data points. That 0.61 average that you're referring to is represented by that dashed line. And you will see that 2 of those X's or data points are above that line, and 1 of those X's is below that line.
Okay.
Now, we're talking about a specific development that is 43 units.
Right.
Okay, so if you came from the bottom line there, just trying to be a little bit scientific, and came up to that dashed line, you would find yourself well above 1 of the data points and fairly well below a second data point. So I'm not sure that I've answered your question, but that's probably the best representation I can give you based on 3 data points.
Okay, and next question. The setting location is described here as general urban or suburban. Do we know what the definition is of that? Because when we think of urban, we think of maybe somewhere like Philadelphia where they rely more heavily on public transportation rather than their own transportation. Do we know what general urban, suburban means with respect to these numbers?
Yes, Hellertown would be general urban suburban. They have a downtown.
Is there anything here that shows how that is defined?
They have another category that they would use, which would be dense downtown, which you would use for downtown Philadelphia, for instance, or I'm not even sure. I guess the denser parts of, well, certainly Pittsburgh, certainly New York City, but there's no data that's available, which is why there isn't another category other than this.
I will point out to you, Mr. Solicitor, that the land use category describes these projects. And I think if you read that, that will give you an idea that they're talking about Hellertown. They talk about the fact that there are no study sites in the current database for the close to rail transit category. They say a site is considered close to rail transport if the walking distance between the residential site entrance and the closest rail transit station entrance is a half a mile or less. And they're saying none of these studies fit that category. So to my way of thinking, that establishes similarity.
Okay. Also, this addresses the average number of dwelling units is to be 58. Does that take into consideration whether they are 2-bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, efficiencies? Or just what kind of units are we talking about?
So no, it does not separate the data out.
Does not. Would you agree that if you have 58 efficiencies, you're going to have fewer vehicles than if you have 58 2 units?
I wouldn't know. Because I don't have any data to tell me.
You're an expert. You have familiarized yourself with these things.
Sure.
Is it not reasonable to believe then, as an expert, that you would expect fewer vehicles with 58 efficiencies than you would with 58 2 units?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah.
And likewise, there is no differentiation between, or at least not that I've seen, whether or not the owner of the 58 units imposes parking restrictions or vehicle restrictions on their building. Correct. Taken into consideration?
We have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more thing, Bob, actually. So I'm reading through the description here, and I'm assuming the purpose of this description is to describe the units, the 3 places that were used in the study. It does note in here that the development may include amenities such as a swimming pool, 24-hour security, transportation, and common rec facilities. So do we know whether is it certainly possible that one or all of these units may provide transportation, which I'm assuming Saucon Valley is not?
Well, I'm not, I'll answer your question 2 ways. One, I don't know specifically about these studies.
Right.
2, you would have transportation provided if you were, for instance, half a block away from a bus stop, which I believe we probably are.
It's saying this development may includes, so there's no bus stop. There's a bus stop up the block, a couple blocks away. But I mean, I read this as assuming that these communities do provide some level of transportation, which some senior housing does.
Yeah.
And I'll follow that up, and I don't mean to be cute, but did you not just say you're not familiar with these studies?
I haven't read the data that went in to
And yet
the
you're
3
here.
X's that are shown here.
And yet you're here presenting them as your justification for the number of parking spaces that are being proposed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Terry, you've also considered what Mrs. Attia talked about an experience, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you said that this, and I would just follow that up one more question.
Please.
The IT parking generation manual is in general use by experts. It's one of the publications that you as an expert and others as an expert relies upon.
Absolutely.
In many cases, it's the best evidence that you have, because you can't conduct a parking generation study of a project until it's been built. Is that right?
That's correct.
Any other questions from the zoning board or solicitors? Anything else? Just for closing or anything from the witness? Just in case? There's
That
something you want to
includes my
clarify?
3 witnesses and my direct examination of the witnesses.
And that's it right now, correct?
For us,
So-
subject to the ability, if you're going to accept testimony from folks and we want to offer rebuttal, I have that right to do so, sir. I would like to offer exhibits A1 through A17. A17, by the way, is, and I should have mentioned this at the beginning, that's a copy of the deed to establish that Exchange 21 has standing to pursue the application.
Counsel, I do want to ask you something.
Sure.
Is it my understanding that this has been an ongoing process from the time it was originally submitted the last time in, I believe it was June of 24 to the Planning Commission?
No, it's not been ongoing. There was nothing taking place between 2024 and this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh. Okay.
We haven't submitted land development plans that have
I was wondering why you weren't making another argument, and that just answered my question.
before we submit land development plans, we need to determine what rules are going to apply.
Right.
And frankly, as you see from your own ordinance, what rules are supposed to apply is kind of a nebulous. There's no explanation as to how these amendments got into the ordinance or why.
Got it.
And there
You
doesn't
know
seem to
where I
be
was
any
going with
rhyme
my
or
question.
reason, so.
You know where I was going with my
I
question.
do, sure,
Yeah, okay.
sure. Now, that'll be the next step. Is going to,
What just happened?
If I don't move the cursor, it's.
Oh, it's just.
Oh,
it goes
this way.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think this is a good time to go to the audience. You guys okay? First continuing?
Yeah.
Unless you have another question? Good. So at this time, I have I have 4 names that are listed on the sign-in sheet. Do not consider this as a limitation. If you arrive later, we will hear you. Just I want to, just for sense of order, we're going to follow this list. Don Werkheiser from Hellertown, PA. Do you have any questions or comments based on the information or testimony you've heard here today?
Yeah, I do.
Can
You might
you come
just-
up to the podium, please?
And use the
mic?
microphone.
Yeah.
Or further
You're
away.
special.
Come on, Don, say hi.
Would you like to identify as elderly? No, don't answer that.
I would say yes.
I know we're like the same age.
So if you could
Are you
just,
active and you do drive a car?
if you could just stay and spell your first and last names, everyone who gets up there, so I have it for the record, please.
Yes, Don Werkheiser.
And can you spell?
Okay, Werkheiser.
Thank you.
And Mr. Werkheiser, I know you signed in on the sheet, but your address, please, for the record.
41 Hampton Avenue, Hellertown.
Thank you.
Okay,
I don't know whether this gentleman's going to be a party or not, but where is 41 Hampton Avenue in relation to this site?
it would be south of the site on the same side of Main Street.
How
Are you-
far south?
5 blocks.
I don't have, obviously have no problem with the gentleman giving an opinion, but I would object to his status as party.
Objection noted.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you traverse this area in your regular travels?
Yeah.
And is that why you're here?
I'm here also as a concerned citizen of Hellertown.
Okay. So what counsel is saying is he has no problem with you giving an opinion as a concerned citizen, but he is objecting to your status as a party. And
The basis for the objection, obviously, is he's explained the fact that he's affected just like any other
Right.
person who travels through the area occasionally, but that's not the standard for party status.
which means that you will not, you'll receive a copy of the decision, but you will not have standing to appeal the decision.
Okay,
Okay?
I understand.
I have a question. I thought we were under the understanding that some of our, citizens don't have to give their exact address when they come up and give a comment. I thought they just had to state their place of residency.
When there is a potential objection to standing for party status,
As far as like for the appeal process.
then it becomes, yes. then it
So
becomes-
then I'll make sure that anybody who would consider appeal process or do not want to lose the ability to appeal, they should state their residence on the record for this. Okay, Thank you. Sorry, I did not know that exactly, Mr. Werkheiser. Thank you.
It's okay. One thing I wanted to bring it to the attention of the board, they keep saying 43 parking spaces. It's really 40. Okay, 3 of them are electric car parking spaces, and the average person doesn't just park in front of a electric car parking space. Just so you're aware of that. The other thing is, we're talking about all these numbers of parking. Okay, I do work in a lot of places that are apartment buildings and so on with different types of parking, different age groups, both assisted living, or not assisted living, but elderly, 55 and over communities. Okay, in this situation, we keep talking about it, but if just say 20 of these people that move into this apartment building were to have 2 cars, okay, now our parking is taken out. Where are visitors and everything going to park for birthday parties, holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever? I just want you to consider that in your decisions. Okay. The other thing I was up in that neighborhood. I walked around yesterday, and I had walked around previously to it. The people on Bachman Street do not have any alleys to park out behind their houses. Okay, so their only parking is on the street. And in some of the cases where I've worked, the people that lived in the new building parked on the street only because it was more convenient to park there than it is to go into the parking garage. Sure, they park in the parking garage in clement weather, but other than that, it's more convenient to park on the closest avenue there is to enter the building. And I can honestly say that because I know I go back there to service stuff at some of these places and there's no parking. Okay, and as far as 55-year-olds, I'm past that, unfortunately, but how many definitely are working up into well into their 60s? And if it's a husband and wife, they're both going to be driving cars. Hellertown's bus service isn't going to be taking them to and from work in some of the places they may be working. I mean, let's be real about it. And one other thing I noted was when I went up there to look at this site, the signing for this hearing was posted on Bachman Street, not on Bachman Street. So I don't know if that matters. That's all I have. Anybody have any questions for me? Okay.
I think,
Thank you.
Thank you for
we're
your time.
good. Thank you, Mr. Werkheiser. Public school education. Matt Marasinian.
Marcinson.
Thank you. Now, you just heard earlier, if you considering that you want to be an appellant or anything in the future, you can state your address. If not, just simply your name, spelled properly for a stenographer, and your place of residence.
Absolutely. Matt Marcinson, Marcincin. It's 1142 Furnace Street, which is right down the street, obviously. Objection? No.
Well, you
Okay.
say it's right down the street. How far down the street?
Caddy Corner Southwest, across from Roy Rover Antiques.
No objection.
Noted.
Okay. So I'm going to jump around here a little bit. I was taking notes as we went along. The parking situation is something that I'm very concerned with, and it's not just from traveling these routes or parking on these routes. It's, to echo Mr. Werkheiser, it's really the people in Bachman. Even if these fine people do back up the space and open up Bachman Street and Oak Street, it's really not going to do much for the parking situation there. Most of these people have at least 2 to 3 cars per house. They have kids, whatever. And then also the situation with family dinners, as was pointed out by Council and Mrs. Attia. You know, if that does become a issue, where are these visitors going to go? And what if the parking garage is filled on that specific day? Where is the spill off going to go to? You know, anywhere they can find a spot, you know, which will be the neighbors surrounding. Council brought up a lot about land uses abutting the said property. And lines are drawn every day, and we have these lines for a specific purpose. And I'd like to point out that before this property was acquired, there was an industrial landscaping company there for a period of about, at least 10 years. They operated out of that facility. So that is not an option. They did pretty well there. It didn't really mess with the neighbors at all. And they operated during normal business hours and rarely at night. So there's no noise problems there. I do have a question about the access. If you can pull that up from the rear, which would be the south end of it.
Oh, you want me to go this
On the
way?
plan.
On the plan.
Oh, on the plan.
Yeah, it's down here.
Got it.
So I don't know, Roy Rover Antiques has an alleyway that connects Oak and Furnace Street. And my question is, how much of a leeway do you have between your property and their property?
The retaining wall is set, there's a 3 feet of space plus the 1 foot thick retaining wall. So it's really 4 feet off the property line to the face of our driveway. But we have, it's 3 feet of space off the property line to the edge of the retaining wall.
So is that
Yeah.
zoning
Well,
approved?
and I will note, yeah, they're not here for any setback variances.
Okay. But if that's part of their plan, why aren't we addressing it at this time? I don't know. Because I know like with fencing, we have to do a 6-foot setback from a property. Is that correct? Or no?
5 foot.
5 foot, okay. So if Roy Rover Antiques has a driveway, wouldn't that same expectation apply here? If you're doing anything within that 5 foot, buffer zone, wouldn't that apply here?
That'd be part of the review process.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Terry.
That would be part of the review process, the plan review process.
Okay, I just want to bring it up because I can't see from back there. Oh, for the engineer, sorry, I forget your name, sir.
I'm Gene Bird.
Gene Berg, Mr. Berg. You mentioned with the basement garage that it would help with rainwater. How so?
Because instead of having impervious, parking lot area that is running off rainwater that is outside of the building, instead it's tucked underneath. So we have more green space on this proposal. We're permitted to have up to 80% impervious coverage, but we are at 59% impervious. So we are significantly to the good with having a lot of green space, surrounding the whole building on the east, the west, and the north sides.
Okay, so now at this point, you have 0 hard surfacing. It's all open. It all absorbs water to some extent, does it not?
Yes.
Okay, so when we have and experience heavy rainfalls, a lot of water comes off of that property now as it is without any rain barriers or anything set up, and it creates maybe at worst like a 3-foot stream coming down across that property into the adjacent property of mine, which is a field, just a drainage field, but still. If you put a building like that on there with no consideration of rainwater.
Let me interrupt you, Mr. Marson. I
Yes.
don't mean to be disrespectful.
It's okay.
But likewise, that will be something that will be addressed within the land development phase that takes place after the zoning here.
But,
Okay, they
but
will have
this,
to.
this body is going to say yes or no to any of these variances, correct?
And we're just focused on the variance requests and the laws applicable to them. if they get the variances to proceed with the use, they will still have to satisfy, you heard references to the SALDO, the Subdivision and Land Development Ordinance, which addresses things such as the topography, stormwater runoff. They will not be able to develop this property in any manner which will allow stormwater to run off onto adjoining properties.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, I apologize.
No, not at all.
I guess at this point, my questions were answered, and I apologize if I overstepped my bounds. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Everybody good? Thank you very much, by the way. Andrea Weeder, Tinsman?
White.
Whiter.
Horrible dude. Horrible.
I sat in the back of the room in school. I ate paste.
So your name pronounced and spelled correctly is?
My name is Andrea White, W-E-I,
First and all names.
all names. Andrea White Tinsman. It's White hyphenated Tinsman.
Can you spell them? Can everybody spell your first and last name?
Okay, sorry.
That's all.
ANDREAWEIDA-TINSMAN.
Thank you.
And as you heard before, you could just simply state your place of residence, or if you think you might be more interested in this.
49 Bachman Street.
Thank you very much.
Right across the street.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
49 Bachman?
You got it.
Thank you.
So I took notes throughout, and as I kind of went, so I'm just gonna read off here and bounce around a little bit. My husband and I moved to Hellertown because we wanted to be away from the city, but close enough to work. I work in Coopersburg, he works in New Jersey, so it was like smack in the middle. So despite the lack of parking, which was a big conversation for us of like, where are we gonna park? When it snows, it's gonna be an issue. Surprisingly, the neighborhood is great. We work together with parking. A lot of people have been there for years, if not decades, and we just kind of figure out how to work together, which is awesome. So I don't want to look at an apartment building. I don't care if there's trees that are planted 20 feet high. I still have our suburban neighborhood is now becoming urban. It's more dense populated. There's more traffic. There's more noise. It's not where I want to raise my family. So what, we just moved and now I have to look for another place to go and just be chased out of our neighborhood? I'm not happy with that. So you guys mentioned some of the stuff was answered, staff parking. I'm still not sure what we're gonna do with staff. I really don't think 40 spaces for 43 apartments when 3 of them are for Tesla, so they don't even count. Between my husband and I, we have 4 vehicles. Now, it's a blessing. We can use his business to park our vehicles, but I don't know a household on our street that has 1 vehicle, and the majority age for our household is 55 plus. So, both our parents are in their late 70s. They both drive. They both have cars. Like, I think this is insane. The picture you guys have here, I don't know what time of day this is, but this is not what the street looks like on a typical day. Furnace has cars parked all the way up almost to the stop sign on the average day because there's no parking. That is a joke. That is 11 o'clock on a school day.
These are not our pictures, by the way, just.
But I'm just, that's not accurate at all for
They're
parking.
not our pictures, so.
I understand that, sir. Sir,
Okay,
I'm not
hold
accusing you.
on. This young lady can only take down 1 person at a time.
Yes, sir.
And let me hold you for 1 more minute. Whose pictures are up there?
I'm just going on Google Maps. Should I disclose
Let's
it?
go.
Yes, please.
All right.
Yeah, because it's apparently
It's
creating
confusing.
confusion.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, but the street is full. Furnace is
typically a one-way lane, but we have figured out how to make it work and go two ways down and back and forth. So, and I don't know about the fire truck thing, got me a little confused. Not my expertise. I work at a grocery store, just to be clear. I don't know how you're gonna get a fire truck down Furnace coming from Thomas. It is pretty much very tight there. You have cars parked all the way up to the stop sign on the corner on the right-hand side, all the way down almost to the next stop sign on a typical day. I'm talking business weekend, you name it. That's not around holidays, summer times, people's gatherings. Even if you widen that road, there's no way a fire truck is going around that corner on Thomas Street to get down the Furnace. It's not happening. I drove a Prius and it's tight. Give you an idea. Like, there's no way you guys are getting down there safely to get a fire truck. So you gotta go down Bachman, which is one lane. That's hard enough. So I have a lot of concerns with it. I don't think our neighborhood was taken into consideration for this. I've been here since August. I heard about this because somebody had the decency to knock on my door last Saturday afternoon. So I don't know how well it has been publicized. You know, I didn't see anything on Facebook, Instagram. No signs are posted anywhere. Like, how are we supposed to know about this? I'm not happy. So I've got some other issues, but it's got nothing to do with the parking in the building. I've got questions on your food, how you can actually supply healthy if you have somebody who orders meals from whatever building up, okay? There are so many food safety regulations. You say you're just gonna hop into your SUV. You have literally 20 minutes until bacteria starts to grow on chicken. You're telling me you're gonna get that from the kitchen into a vehicle and down delivered, and it's gonna be on a meal and eaten within the right amount of time before bacteria start to grow? I don't think so.
So may I intercede on that? So my chefs are all ServSafe certified. Food is taken and temped prior to leaving. It's then put in Cambros and it's temped again.
What is a Cambro, ma'am?
A Cambro is a hot carrier.
A hot box, okay.
So it goes. So it stays in the temps and then it's taken, and according to ServSafe and the regulations that we work with, we have to maintain temps, which we do. So it's temped again, and it's 2 hours prior to any of that occurring. Now, if someone is getting it in their room, or if they're getting it in their common area, not all foods that are offered are hot.
I know.
Okay, so they're also cold. So, but we follow all those guidelines. We have been doing this since 2017 for a sister facility who doesn't have a kitchen, and we've had no issues or concerns. We're regulated not only by our kitchen, and we're also regulated by the city of Bethel when we take it to Bethel.
I think it's a horrible idea. That's just my,
Well,
that's my
they have
personal
their own
opinion.
kitchen, they can cook themselves. I respect your opinion, but I think people, if they want that, we're not cooking for them every day, it's if they choose to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I think that's all I got. I'm not a fan of this idea.
Just to be fair to the appellant, the question I was raised is basically delivery, right? So ServSafe, is that a certification for the kitchen or the delivery driver?
ServSafe is a certification to ensure that my chefs who are cooking it are following the guidelines. The food is temped prior to going into the Cambro. Food is temped again when it's taken out of the Cambro to ensure it's safe.
So would it be safe to assume, I'll make an assumption here, that the typical Uber driver that has been servicing our community may not have that certification?
They don't.
So you're above what a typical Uber driver, and you're saying that your travel distance is less than 20 minutes?
The travel distance from Saucon to Bachman Street is going to be less than 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Right?
Just a lot of assumptions there. So from you're saying that you have a certification that's not normal to a delivery driver, and your distance is probably something that's not as long as a delivery driver. I mean, it sounds like you're almost like right there, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure since questions were raised.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that. And sorry, I didn't want to interrupt that if you still have stuff going on.
No, I don't think that's it, but yeah, I think just more research needs to be done. I don't think this is really well planned. I think it's just money-making spot, let's go, let's build here. Doesn't work for me. That's all I got.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the community, by the way.
Thank you. We love it here. So far, we'll see.
So, I got this. Mr. Tinsman.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
So I only have 4 names on the list. Is there anybody else that would like to offer public comment, ask questions of any of the testimony? I have a hand risen in the back. Sorry, I had to put my glasses on. Were you here during the swearing in ceremony?
No, I was running a little late.
Okay, so if you come up to the podium, if you have any questions or comments, I just want to swear you in real quick. Just in case you're providing any testimony or anything, just raise your right hand. I swear affirm to the testimony I'm going to give is truth, the whole truth, so help me.
I do.
Thank you. And if you could spell your first and last name.
Okay, Eugene Noel, first name Eugene, last name Noel.
And you can just state your residence, or if you were thinking about being more pursuing
35
this.
Bachman.
Thank you.
Actually, I
I'm
think
sorry,
my
was that
house is,
35 Bachman?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
actually, I think my house is straight across from where the proposed entrance is. And of course, parking's an issue. I have a daughter with a handicap sign right in front of the house for her ailments, her own health issues. It's just human nature. I'm not bad mouthing anybody, but if somebody comes there and they have a handicap placard, they will take my daughter's spot. Not accusing anybody of anything, that's human nature. So that's my main concern. I myself park my vehicles down the end of the street to the stop sign, and I can make a right. I walk. It's just to be a good neighbor. And my other concern is going south on Furnace Street. They said that a 40-foot fire truck could make a left-hand turn. I'd like to see a 30-foot tractor trailer make that turn. I don't see how it's possible.
Well, that's not what was said. I mean, I think that was said, if the road were widened, that's what could be done.
I'm sorry.
I think Mr. Berg made it clear that that's not the case now.
Well, if you put up that one with the fire, what is that, Exhibit 7, I believe?
Yeah.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's Exhibit 7 shows some of the turning radiuses that apparently they came up with the proposed 43-foot fire truck.
Once the road was widened to 26 feet, that's the key.
Well, that would be Thomas Street then.
No.
So the top half, as you can see, I think is across from your property, as you stated.
Thomas is not there.
And you can see that apparently it has like, I guess from the outlines, I mean, it's your drawing. I'm looking at like these, what look like wheels that they have like all different positions the truck does. It looks like it's backing in, doing K-turns and everything. It's apparently making a straight left. That's what I took away from it. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what they proposed with the widening.
Well, I don't know how you're gonna widen it. There's houses there.
We're giving our land to widen the street around our entire property.
The entire stretch of Furnace Street, they're only gonna widen half of it. That's the north half. I'm talking about driving south to Thomas Street. There's two houses there. You're not widening anything.
I don't see the rest of that on the drawing, to be fair.
Right. Well, I have a lot of respect for engineers, architects. I work construction my whole life, seen some amazing stuff. But then at the same time, I've had talks with them. They had all the figures, but it just didn't work. So the fire department, I know, will take care of this. Simplest thing to do is take a fire truck and drive around the block. Just see if it works.
To be fair, the streets aren't widened yet.
Right, but the south side of Furnace, you're not gonna widen.
But they don't have
It's staying that
control of
way.
that. To be fair, the drawing only covers their property.
I understand that, but I'm saying physicality, the way it is now. They are gonna widen, you cut Furnace Street in half, from the halfway point north to Bachman's. They're gonna widen that. From that point, from that gentleman's property, south, there's houses on both sides. They are not widening that. And that's what I'm saying, when you go south, you are not making a left-hand turn with a 40-foot, and you said the truck, maybe 50.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to figure out a way to get to 43.
Yeah.
So it was there, this is what they presented to us. I had questions about the length, but we already talked about there's an apparatus truck that's probably twice the length of 43. So
But the proposals,
they can only be asked the questions, basically.
right, the proposals for any widening or changing landscaping or anything, it's only from the halfway point south, north. The south side, there's nothing they're doing. So that still has to be taken into consideration for any accesses coming around. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much. That's good. Is there anybody else for public comment questioning? Oh, you have a hand up in the back?
She was not sworn either.
So just to confirm, were you sworn in earlier?
No, I was not. I came
Yeah, if I can have you up front, and then afterwards, first name, last name, spell it, please. Raise your hand. Swear affirm the testimony I'm about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me.
I do.
Thank you. And first name, last name spelled, and also you have a choice of just giving you residence, or if you're interested further, just give me the address.
First name Rose, last name Noel, Rosenoel. I live on 35 Bachman Street with the gentleman that previously talked. I'm the daughter with a handicap spot. I'm not just going to talk for me. I'm going to talk, there's other handicap spots on the street. So I know you say 55 and older, there's other people with handicap spots that also work, handicap placards that work. It would probably move into that 55 and older building. So if there is no handicap spots left and not any of the parking was taken up by the rest of the residents there, saying if they had more than 2 cars each per unit, then they'd be taking up the other parking spots. It's not just me. There's a woman that lives right down there. She can't walk at all. So, and there was no sign on Bachman Street to tell us about this. A gentleman came to our house. This is the second person we found that didn't know about this. So nobody on our street knew until people came and talked to us. So there would probably have been more people here if we knew more about it. And Bachman Street is the most affected. So that is why I wanted to speak as well, even though I'm in the same household. Our street already had fights and difficulties before we learned to work together on parking. If more people came into the neighborhood, it would cause problems for the town itself. There'd be fights, there'd be issues. It would just not be good. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on that and say it's not just for me that has a handicap spot, it's for the other people. We actually had to have an extra spot put in for myself because it wasn't allowed initially. So that's a huge problem. If other people are going to be taking it, not just me, 2 other people have it on our street. So it would be a huge problem. So thank you, that's all I have.
Can I ask, just out of curiosity, because, and I'm asking out of ignorance.
Yeah.
When you get one of those handicap placards and they designate the spot, there's not a number put on it, that's just
No,
a
it's not
handicap spot
designated
for
per
any
person.
handicap person.
Any person
Okay.
can park there, which is the biggest issue we have. Because like my father said, it's human nature. They're just gonna go to the nearest possible spot and we are literally right across. Like we're right across the lot and we will be the first spot taken and then hers will be the next one and the next person will be the next one. And then we won't even have a place to go. And then I'll barely leave the house at that point, let alone the other 2 people that have it. I don't know if they have it worse than me or not. I can only speculate, but it would be a huge problem for those people. And it would honestly cause fights down the line. You know, people, they get irritated, they get tired, especially sick people. So it would just cause a huge, huge issue if this was in development. Plus, we have animals. Our one neighbor has chickens, 3-story apartment building put next to us. The light is going to be limited. Like people grow plants. Like it would cause a huge issue. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Before you go, just real quick question, and this is with our zoning officer. Our zoning officer provided testimony earlier today that she's provided proof that I know this wasn't accessible to you. I'm not sure if it was up there, but it looks like you have two signages for the proposed property. Looks like one's labeled Bachman Street and the other one's Furnace Street.
We didn't see anything.
That one is, yeah,
There was nothing there.
I'm gonna have to double back.
There was absolutely nothing there, which is incredibly unfair for a lot of the resident. If someone didn't come and knock on our door, we would have not have known about it.
So the good thing is when the system, as far as not legal, of course, right, layperson, the system is not designed for 100% of the people to know 100% of the time.
Yeah,
It's
but
supposed to be enough
20%.
people to be able to share the information amongst ourselves, because not everybody has a Facebook, not everybody wants internet access. Some people don't read the paper.
Yeah, but if it's like one sign that only like one road sees, and then there's nothing on Facebook, nothing on this, nothing on that,
And
that's a problem.
very good. And the fact that you know about this, even though you didn't see a sign, didn't see any Facebook, shows that the system is technically working.
Not especially
But it worked for
because
you.
if the gentleman didn't come and knock on our doors, it would have never happened.
But the system kind of worked, that you got notified through the neighborhood, like,
Yeah, but
posted
if
down
he
the alley.
didn't, no, there's a huge group that wouldn't have been
Okay.
there.
So the point is that the property was labeled,
Mhm.
right? And was advertised. And the idea is to try to get enough concerned citizens out in order to make,
To me personally, just my opinion, it seemed a bit shady that it wasn't as advertised as it should have been.
accepted, okay? We have a zoning officer here, very much going to take all the feedback, of course, from everybody. The other thing too is that I'm just curious. You mentioned there was a lot of handicap spots
Yeah, there's a
down
few on the
on
street.
Bachman Street. How many handicap
I
spots?
believe 3.
So that's 3, and they're
Yeah.
proposing 2 for their parking space
Yeah.
for their residents.
So
Okay, I'm just curious about the numbers.
yeah, and age doesn't matter. You can have a disability where it limits your walking. Like 55 and older, I'm sure the 55 and older, I'm sure they work. I'm sure they do all these things, but they can also be handicapped.
We're very capable.
So 2 spaces is not enough for 43 units. And 43 spots is not enough for 43 units. It's not feasible at all.
Right.
So
I'm sorry you didn't see the sign. There's also another thing too. We've had some weather changes, and also,
understandable.
let's face it, there's people out there that may just walk by a dog. It's speculating. Could have knocked it down. It could have been in a not good angle. And
Entirely
considering this has like 3 exposed spaces with like 1 address, we keep calling it Bachman, even though it has like 3 streets.
Yeah.
I think it's proposed that like we have 2 notifications on here. Also, once again, it's done online. I just say that I feel confident that the system worked. The fact that you were able to share your opinion with us and know everything.
That is your opinion.
What's going on?
Well, and for the record, the zoning officer complied with the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
And I'm glad,
As far as notice.
because you're here with us and be able to answer the questions.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know there were 3 handicapped parking spaces just on that street alone.
Yeah, which limits the parking even further.
Right.
So-
And then we just found out that anybody who, I guess these were requested,
Mhm.
there's no defined identification
Yeah, they're
between the
not assigned.
spaces and like a placard or something like that.
Yeah.
So these are basically fair game.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Is there anything else you would like to share?
No, that was it.
Anybody else from the zoning has any questions, or comments?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you. Do we have anybody else that would like to offer a comment, testimony, have questions? Just say hi. Or did we just go through everybody? We're good? Okay. So for just, I guess, clean up, you guys seen the packet that you, for the zoning officer, the packet you gave to us would be like a Borough 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, of course, the appellant gave us A1 through A17. And we were at closed testimony? So you want to give like any closing statement opportunity, because you didn't press that.
We're asking if you want to give a closing statement, and then I want to go off the record and ask you to approach for 1 minute
Before or after?
after your closing.
After the closing, all right. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. I think the points that we've made are that some of the variances we're requesting are variances that are a direct result of comments that we received from the planning commission. You can do with those as you might. The main issue, of course, is the use variance. In our opinion, and I think Mr. Berg's opinion, that in order to make a reasonable use of this property, by reason of its current location and the surrounding land uses, the property is, in our opinion, not suitable for industrial use. That is a factor that can be taken into consideration in determining the appropriateness of a variance, and I'm sure your solicitor knows that. There's a very famous case out of Philadelphia where there was a small apartment building. They came in for a variance to use it for commercial purposes because that of the surrounding land uses, the changing of the character. You have a neighborhood here that is primarily residential, or these people wouldn't be here. And we're saying residential use is in fact what is appropriate here, given the other uses and the lack of feasibility for development of this property for one of your industrial uses. I asked Mr. Berg to read the uses that are permitted in the industrial district, because the impact of those uses, in my opinion, would have a much more significant impact on the residents here than would this unit, this apartment building. I can't conceive of a person who had a handicap, who lived in this project and had a handicap situation, needing a handicap parking space, not to take the parking space downtown, down in the building. We have to assume that the people who wrote the accessibility codes and the building codes did some studying before they pulled a number out of the hat. I mean, I think we have to assume that. If I had a handicap, I certainly wouldn't want to park across the street. I'd want to park in my apartment building, underneath, out of the weather. This underground parking is very uncommon for apartment buildings. It's a significant amenity that will, in my opinion, encourage all the residents to park in the parking facility, not out on the street. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to walk across Bachman Street to get into your residence when you have the ability to come down to underground into your parking car and then take an elevator up to your unit? It's just not logical. The other thing I think they have to consider is the fact that from the description that I heard, most of the residents who live on Furnace Street bought their property in an industrial district, even though they have a residential use. They have non-conforming uses themselves that don't fit the district. I think the parking spaces, frankly, are a red herring. Mrs. Atiyah told you from a practical standpoint, she doesn't expect any problem here. I mean, look, you're not going to fill an apartment building up if there's not apartments, if you can't park in it. That's clear. I'm not going to buy an apartment there if I walk into that complex and I see a parking problem. There are parking problems. The landlord has the ability to restrict the number of cars in the units. There's no question. And there will be conditions in the leases with regard to the number of cars. There has to be. Otherwise, you couldn't rent the apartments. If everybody had 3 cars for 40 spaces, you're going to rent, 13 out of your 40 spaces? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't imagine any owner is going to allow that. And the data would suggest, and we don't know the particulars, Mr. Terry told you, we don't know it. He's on the committee that evaluates this data, puts this thing together. The data means something. It may mean that the owners of these units decide that they're going to restrict them to 1 car per resident. We don't know that. But what we do know is that they're designed for comparable populations to what we're proposing here. This is going to be, you've got a vacant piece of ground. There are many of these uses that they were developed there. I am sure the residents will be coming in and complaining to you about so-and-so's got their car repair store, their shop, they're parking cars out of. The cars are going to be out of sight. The property is going to be landscaped. We're 20% under what the maximum impervious surface ratio could be. We'd be improving the safety for the residents on Furnace Street because fire trucks could come onto their street with the widening that's being proposed. Those are not directly germane, but we're showing you we're trying to design a project with the good and betterment of the neighborhood in mind, with the sacrifices and concessions that we've already agreed to make, which we've offered to have you impose as conditions on the release. I don't think there's anybody who could suggest that the apartment use is not compatible. You could put it right across the street, 15 units right across the street from this building. On any one of these streets, we're surrounded by districts in which these multifamily buildings are proposed. There's a multifamily building across Bachman Street already. I mean, it's a design, not the number of units that's critical. And I think we've established that what we're asking for is reasonable, appropriate, and in the best interest of the community. Nobody really offered to tell you how many off-street parking spaces they had for their residents. My guess is that several of these buildings are already non-conforming, and they probably don't have the required number of parking spaces on their site. I mean, it's always a problem when you have an infill development. That's what this is. It's a piece of ground that hasn't been developed, surrounded by development. You can't pick, you get all kinds of development around there. It's not residential, it's not industrial, it's not commercial, it's all those things. And this use fits. I believe it's appropriate. I believe the safeguards that we've asked you or offered to have you impose as conditions would protect the general public.
Thank you.
Now,
Off the
you want a sidebar?
Yes, off the record for a minute,
I
please.
guess I need to meet Mike as well for online. Do you want these guys over? Sorry.
No.
Between the two of you, not the rest of us. We're unmuted at this time. All right, so, close testimony?
Yes, sir.
We'll close testimony for ZHB 26 ZHB 01. Off the record right now. Any concerns about the deliberating, continuing on? Do we want to do it tonight, considering the time? You guys good for staying?
Stay this long.
Stay this long. And our solicitor, you're okay, right? Yeah, always okay.
So,
All right, and of course, so, yeah, so we'll continue with the deliberation on this. Discussion.
I don't have a problem with the
You're still off the
facility.
record.
We're off the record.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're-
Sorry.
I don't have a problem with the facility. It's gonna utilize ground that can't be utilized in the industrial area. But I tell you what I do have a problem with, and it wasn't until I started hearing from the neighbors that parking on Bachman is gonna get worse. Parking on Bachman has always been bad. It's never been good. And my real concern is emergency traffic. They did a study showing fire trucks coming down Bachman. This is a high occupancy building. They're not gonna come from Bachman alone. They're gonna have to come down Thomas. If a truck drops a hose at Bachman, where the hydrant is, that closes the street. That's it. No other traffic can go down there. They have to come down Thomas. And I looked at the intersection of Thomas and Oak and Thomas and Furnace. If they can get a truck around the corner, I'd be surprised. And I can say that with experience.
We have $1 million quint there's no way it's gonna fit down there.
And there's parking on Furnace. I saw pictures of cars that are parked on
Yeah,
Furnace.
at the end, yeah.
So if Thomas has parking from this, like 7-Eleven down a little bit, whatever, it's not gonna happen. That's it.
From a legal, can I interject from a legal standpoint? Whether it was current information or older information, they presented this plan based on the comments that were received from the fire department.
Fair enough, fair enough.
On top of which, my recommendation would have been anyway to make any approval the board would consider contingent upon final approval of the fire department. But even beyond that, understand that this has to go through land development yet. And that issue relative to the access from the outlying areas will be looked at by the planning commission and by Borough Council.
I just have a big problem with that. I really do.
Well, I'm trying
I
to
mean,
see.
you're
if
not talking just fire, you're talking rescue, you're talking EMS. It's gonna be tough getting access in there because the streets are just too narrow. You can't get traffic past each other once they're in there.
It's tight.
Yeah, and I see the hardships that we, placed upon us. Usually when it's an issue that involves our emergency services, we usually have, in the past, we have a liaison that would come and sometimes give us feedback or drop a letter in our lap. We're working with basically everything, the information we're working with is directly from the appellant. Is it possible this is biased? Is it possible that they're not members of Dewey Fire Company? Of course, they're not projecting that. But right now, it doesn't seem like anybody from the emergency services were concerned to show up here.
Yeah, why don't we just consider this on face value, not
Exactly.
anything like that, then let's consider what we have.
Yeah, because we don't have anybody from the fire service here. I went
Yeah.
looking around to try to see if the numbers are correct. I can't say it's correct or not. I just asked them where was their source, okay? And they're basically giving us the information, so we have to work on it. If we want to put a condition on it, which sounds like it could be a little bit more narrowed down because we don't want like Dewey Fire Company approving it. Because let's just the company. I believe there's a position of fire marshal. Maybe he has to physically sign off. All right, that could be one of the conditions that we place on it. But right now, we're kind of working on limited information.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, Don, but yeah, I
Well,
do think.
I'm just, for instance, if a fire truck does come in and parks on Furnace, and for God, EMS has to transport somebody to the hospital, they can't get out of there.
No, I mean, we could throw anything out there. I'm going to say the fire truck doesn't get to park on it because what happens when the real emergency scenes? Cops take up all the parking spots, don't they? That's the first thing.
That has happened.
Okay, I've been in a situation where I could get a fire truck down. I was going to have to figure out how to push cars out of the way or take it on the sidewalk. No, it's right now. It's we have nobody that represents.
Yeah.
All right. So we're trying. Yeah. I hear you. We're trying to do our best here. We can speculate and everything, and I tried that. I tried to see where this is to my comfort level, or maybe I'm still not comfortable. But this is what we got to work with, man.
But how do you recommend? We have 5 points of contention here. So how do you recommend? Do we go down them one by one, or?
Yeah. That is what I was asking council. We'll handle each variance as a separate issue and take a vote on each one.
Okay. All right.
Ultimately.
Well, why don't we start top down?
We're going to go on record when we're ready to deliberate. Are we?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Would you like to go on? Are we good? Is
I'm
there any
game. Yeah, let's
concerns as far as making a decision tonight or anything?
Let's roll.
All right. So
we're back on the route.
We're going to go on
the
record.
use. Is that what you're?
We're on the record.
I'm looking at 1 through 5.
Good. He said top down, so that's where we're going to go. I like that order. It's like right in front of me. All right. So we're looking at for the first request, a variance from section 450 TAC 15 Alpha 1, permit housing for elderly in an industrial zoning district. Would you like to discuss that? Are you ready for a motion, or how would you like to go? Not rushing or anything. If you still have concerns or questions.
I will interject that at the very least, the conditions be with any approval
stated, yeah,
that the project be developed and maintained in strict accord and conformity with the evidence and testimony presented to the board, including without limitation the dedication of the portions of the property that have been testified to and the widening of the roads, There was one.
Can you use your mic on? Can you use your mic?
Oh, that's right, I forgot we're back on the record, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
thank
I thought there was something else that I was thinking and it escapes me at the moment. I would also suggest that you somehow make it contingent upon, and this doesn't apply to any specific one, but in general, to final approval of the fire marshal. And I'm not sure how you feel about this. Not that you want to make it, is Dewey the company that responds?
They would be the first company
This should be
that's
number
notified.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
shortly followed by Microsoft.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Guys, you have to use your mics
Yeah.
and talk up, please.
It could actually be a mutual aid response initially.
It would most likely be, I feel, yeah.
However, the person who has jurisdiction for
Would be
here is
Dewey,
Dewey,
yeah.
and they have two heads on that snake. All right. They have the president and they have a fire chief. And of course, there's an EMS chief as well, so there's three people that could have something to weigh in. Also, I believe the borough has a fire marshal. Do we have someone that's assigned fire marshal or
We have a fire chief.
just a fire
Yeah.
We
chief?
used
So there
to-
are three people that used to be EMS liaison, all the other titles and everything, emergency response. So there are three people that are in the positions of responsibility for our
All
area.
right, let me ask you this. The borough itself has a fire chief in addition to the fire chief at Dewey?
No, same
No.
thing.
That's the same
Same
thing.
thing.
Same
Same
person.
thing.
Okay, then there's no fire marshal then?
No,
Then
that
I would
old?
make it conditioned upon the final approval of the fire. Can you hear me all right?
I
Louder
can't
and
even
better.
hear you.
Using your mic.
I'm trying. You know what? Are these even on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
it's on.
Try two.
Because it doesn't feel like my voice
That's
is.
much better.
There you
Is it
go.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Somebody just wait there in the back.
yeah.
Upon the final approval of the fire chief with respect to ingress into the area and egress from the area for all of their equipment. I think that's reasonable. I mean, as you pointed out, you don't want to give Dewey Fire Department carte blanche to say yes or no to the project. But I think if we narrow it down like that, then you're being reasonable, and it's something I think that would be picked up in the land development process anyway.
Yeah, sure.
I would also recommend that you do attach a condition whereby the owner must impose a vehicle limitation, maybe one per one-bedroom unit and no more than two per two-bedroom unit. And I realize that if everybody
Way over.
had vehicles within the building, that's going to exceed the number of spaces. But I think you're safe doing that because, common sense would tell you that, yeah, there are going to be some 55s. But in a situation like this, you're going to have as many 75s, 80s, 85, 90s who don't have vehicles. B, you're going to have some who rely on their family for transportation. But I think at least by making them set a limit, whatever you determine that to be. Okay? And respectfully suggesting that it's reasonable to limit a one-bedroom unit to one vehicle and a two-bedroom unit to two vehicles. You may determine something different. That's just my recommendation.
So hearing that, starting at number 1, we'll start there, right down to 5. Any discussion, motion? I think this is a fairly easy one as far as number 1. If they can't even do number 1, you can't move on to the rest of them, right? So how about this? We make a quick motion. A motion for a variance from section 450, TAC 15, Alpha 1 to permit housing for elderly in the industrial zoning district. That's my first. Anybody second?
And is it subject to any of the conditions?
I think at this time, we want to keep it just open. I don't know if we can put our conditions there, or we look at conditions as we go down with each one.
Well, I guess they should be stated at the outset and then added to if there are other conditions applicable to any of the other approved, any of the other variances which you approve.
All right, how would you say that? Just put down exactly what you said before: develop and maintain in strict testimony and evidence provided today. Fire chief approval for ingress and egress for Dewey Fire Company equipment.
Mhm.
And in this case, since I know we're not doing parking, but vehicle limits based on the number of bedrooms, vehicle limit max per number of bedrooms per unit. Does that sound what you were suggesting?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion for the variance for elderly housing and industrial zone with those 3 stipulations. Do we have a second?
Who made that one?
That's me. Just move it along.
I'll second.
We have a second. Discussion on the motion that's on the floor. So I put it out there because we have to move this along. So let's have a real discussion here. Is that land, well, you just go right down the 5 requirements for variances. Is that land in any way usable as currently zoned?
No.
Yes.
So we have a no. Okay, so how about this? We're going to go back and forth. Why do you think it's no, if you don't mind
I think
sharing?
it's too
how big
small.
I think it's too small. Okay.
And it's too near residential areas.
So based on the zoning for industrial, that is, let's use their stuff. I think it's 14 to 15.
Actually,
here it is.
Texas is another.
Well, 14. So the permitted uses, as read before, not to go over everything, is like building material storage yard, dry cleaning, public outdoor recreation. Now, granted, it doesn't mean that this is guaranteed any of these uses would be, because that's where your nose coming from. A research institution or laboratory, any manufacturing, a printing, a motorized repair shop, any type of forestry, any type of motor vehicle equipment use, down to even a hospital. And then, of course, has a list of accessory uses. I'm just going to go with the permitted just to kind of make, have this discussion. Do you think there's any possibility what described as, I believe testimony was 0.9 acres?
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
under
so
acre.
0.9 acres, which is like a large piece of land in
Yeah.
Hellertown. I feel like
Yeah.
several of my houses could be placed on that. I could be the multi-units, little
Yeah,
row
yeah.
homes. Is there any other uses that you think that this land could be appropriate for its currently zoned as?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a yes and you're a no.
I'm still a no, yeah.
Still no. Okay. Let's toss back and forth. Why?
You could have a
What could you use?
You could have a shop there. You could have a print shop. You could have a detail. There's one right down there, right down the street. You
Okay.
could have a mechanic shop. Anything like that. I mean, yeah, it's going to make noise during the day, but it's not going to create a parking havoc, and it's going to be shut down at night and the
Okay.
weekends when people just want to chill. It was Mr. Marcinson pointed out, it was a landscape supply. I feel there's other things you could do.
Let me throw this into the mix.
Please.
From a legal standpoint, one of the determinations as to whether it can in fact be used for a use which is permitted under the zoning ordinance is the amount of time it has stood vacant.
So in the sense that maybe there's just no market for a laboratory or a hospital or something like that.
If somebody hasn't come forward to use it for a print shop in all the time it's been vacant, that the courts say is pretty good evidence that nobody wants to use it for a print shop.
I don't know how long it's been vacant. It's been vacant
That's the
for
other
6
question.
years under the same ownership. So prior to that would be the question.
Based on the information solicitors just given you, is it still a yes? No, we're just average people.
I don't know the
so-
history. I still think so, but I don't know the full
So you're
history.
still a yes? And we have a no? It didn't change anything?
No, it didn't. In my opinion, if I were looking to open up a shop, I wouldn't open up anything there. It's not a great location. It has poor access. I would never even want to put a shop there. I'd want to be out in the open where people could find me.
I understand that. I think about that too, as for, what is it? 3 laws of business is location, 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 or something like that. And from everything that the appellant kind of gave to us, it does seem kind of like surrounded, and off the beaten track. So much so that we're concerned about vehicle movements and parking. All right. Silence over there.
I agree with
I can't hear you.
I said I agree with Donald. I don't think there's anything else that could go there. Residential area.
So straw poll right now goes on 2 no's up front. For 4 of us. So it might be something we might want to discuss a little bit more, right? For a poll vote. Is what if it comes dead-headed or? All right. I mean, it's up to us, of course, right? I'm looking at it. I'm trying to follow. So if I can go on Ken's side, I'm not picking on you. If it's a yes, then I know it's not a no. And if it's clearly a no, then it's not a yes. So kind of trying to make this as simple as possible because so far we have 2 no's. As far as 2 no's that it can't be used for anything else.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's what I said earlier about this building. I'm okay with the building going there because nothing else can possibly go there.
All right.
It's other issues I have.
Well, there's
problem
the
with.
other requirements for variance, of course, like strict conformity, hardship is not self-created, neighborhood characteristic, that kind of stuff, right? Unique physical characteristics. Is there any other concerns of the fire? I'm just trying to think if there was any, if this was like this something like related about this property that was so terrible that you can't put something else there, or is it something so bad that everything else fails with the exception of a residence? I'm just trying to think about as far as the requirements to permit a variance. Any other concerns? Because there are requirements to consider. You guys want to go to a vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Sure. Good.
All right, for the motion, we are going to be voting, and from the feeling, we're gonna go one at a time.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're voting on the motion that was
Let me-
firsted and seconded to approve this with the conditions that you stated.
Yes, it was a granted variance.
Yep.
For section 450, TAC 15, Alpha 1,
Yep.
to permit housing for elderly in an industrial zone district with the conditions of developed and maintained in the testimony and evidence that were given today, as well as fire chief approval for ingress and egress of Dewey Fire Company equipment, and to limit parking spaces per bedrooms per unit. Okay, and that's the motion that's on the floor for voting.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Good times.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
You said no?
I said no.
I thought you made the motion.
I did, to move it ahead, or we're just gonna stare at each
Yeah,
other
right.
all night.
I understand what he did.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
we gotta bring it to discussion and we gotta move this forward. Everybody's getting old here. We're all gonna be moving in if it's approved. I don't know if we can prove it, go forward with it, can we?
So.
It's tied. So then, yeah, so for the record, we have 2 yeses for the variance, for the motion. We have 2 no's for that motion. Boys have the ability to create another motion, have more discussion, put different conditions on it, but as far as I understand, that one's dead, right?
Yeah, I think it's.
And I try to keep it as clean as
Ties all
possible.
house, right?
Hmm?
A tie is a
It's
lot.
time.
Yeah.
We could use Miss Fish.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I was thinking the
I'm
same
just
thing.
praying that she's watching on YouTube right now.
She is doing tax season
I
right
was
now.
thinking that
So
too.
either she's facing some file paperwork or she's napping, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, quite honestly, if you vote no on the use, I don't see any use to going through the rest of them.
That's
Because if they,
correct. If we can't get
Yeah,
past one, we
use.
can't get past the other ones.
right,
That's why I wanted to get that one right out because
Mhm.
it's pretty well moot as far as everything, even down to number 5, which is weird. So, where are we? Would someone like to make another
I
motion?
really
Is there any
don't know.
discussion, any concerns after listening to that vote? Does this change anybody's mind as far as where they stand, what they heard?
look at me, I didn't make a motion or vote.
Sounds good. Plausible deniability from the legal side, right? There's certain protection with the word Esquire, right? So, suggestion, please.
Are we on or off the record?
Do you want to take us off the record?
Yes.
Take us
Okay.
off the record, please, for discussion, or do you want to take it like executive board? But although I'm probably against that too.
Yeah.
Let's do an executive session.
Okay, so we have,
Okay.
so someone has to request it, my understanding, right?
I'll request that.
Okay,
I'll
does
request
it
an
need,
executive.
does an executive need a second? I can't remember our rules for a moment. Just in
think so.
case, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Then we have second, so we don't have to worry about that. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'm a no
All right.
for the
All
outcome.
right, we have a
But
majority in that.
majority's go. Yeah, I'm going. or at least unmute.
Okay.
All right. So we just returned from the executive meeting as voted by the majority. Just in summation, we are basically addressing some of our concerns as far as the way that the variance requirements are, and we have now returned. So further discussion on the motion that failed, and I just want to make sure we're allowed to still discuss a motion that failed because we're looking at trying to create maybe a second motion or.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Sorry.
Fast.
Sorry, a little fast.
What did you say?
So we're just in discussion about the motion that failed, correct? And from what we can find from the 5 requirements necessary for granting a variance, we can very much go down the list that is like laid out for us, right? From physical characteristics, conformity, hardship, not self-created, neighborhood character. We can go down there and have, one way or the other, but there is a kind of a unanimous agreement that this is not the least modification necessary to afford relief. So it looks like we're at this point, the motion has failed, and it seems that the zoning hearing board does not appear to be able to move forward with the first request.
And on the second, 47% building coverage.
Do you want to see if the solicitor wants to continue, the appellant, or?
Council, do you want us to continue to vote on the other 4?
Do we want to reopen the first one?
Check
Going off the record.
Establish anything for reapplying in the future?
No, we're staying on the record.
Okay, I can't hear then.
Oh, well, yeah, no, they're
They're
off
on
the
the
record.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question was asked, do we have to do any other re-emotions or
Are you
anything?
supposed to still be on the
Yeah.
record?
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll let
Okay,
you,
that's why I asked.
we'll let you go ahead down the list.
Do we have to readdress the first motion or the first request in any way at this point?
No, because what you've done is you voted first, but then gave the reason after, but the vote still holds unless you want to just re-poll everybody just to make sure it hasn't changed.
All right, so we can continue. If anybody would like to readdress the first request, there's always an opportunity to create a motion and then we can move forward and any new discussion or anything. But I'm not going to automatically just request it open since we already closed it. I just want to make sure there was no requirements for us. However, once again, if anybody wants to, we can readdress the first request. However, sounds like we're going to move on to request number 2. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
So the first vote, everyone maintains their original vote, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then on building coverage.
So just a quick discussion. I feel the appellant made a very good argument as far as they met the requirements based on the original dimensions. And the only reason why they come down to a permitted 40%, 47, which is greater than the 40% of coverage, is because they were gracious enough to be able to provide some of their own land in order to provide more access in worst case situations, like for the emergency vehicles. So I very much feel, that the appellant did a very good job proving that case for number 2.
I'll make a motion to grant that variance.
I'll second that.
We have a first and second for a motion for the variance from section 450 TAC 15 Echo 5 to permit 47% building coverage. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Discussion on the motion.
Yes.
Okay, starting from my left.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it looks like motion number 2, for request number 2 has passed unanimously. We'll move on to number 3. It's what they're talking about is off-street parking for a loading space. They want to reduce the size to 12 by 49 instead of the required 12 by 53.
I'll make the motion to grant that.
And I probably should have
sorry.
interjected.
Conditions?
The motion to approve these, what I'll call ancillary variances, should probably be conditioned upon the approval of an appropriate use of the property.
So we missed out on the first one, on number two, right? Okay.
Okay.
So we can try to better do our jobs on 3, 4, and 5, correct? So what was, do you want to amend your motion?
Yes, I would like to grant the variance for item 3, conditioned upon, what did you say?
An appropriate use of the property,
A condition upon an appropriate use of the property.
approved by the zone.
Approved by the borough and the zoning board.
I'll second that.
So we have first and second on the variance request number 3. Any discussion on the motion? We'll go to a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So the variance from section 450, TAC 20, Bravo 2 for resizing it down to 12-foot 49 has been approved with the conditions that it's for appropriate use. Move on to number 4. Number 4 seemed to be a lot of discussion from what I can tell, so I wouldn't be surprised if you got any questions or you want to add anything to it. But a lot of information was put out by their experts. How do you want to address this? Go right into a motion, or you got any discussions or anything?
Let's get it over with.
Would like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion we deny.
I'll second that.
So just outright deny the alternative of variance from section 450-20 alpha 2 on the instead of the required 47 to 43. So we're making a motion to deny.
Yes.
And just to clarify, it's the required 87.
87, sorry.
That's okay.
Right.
So we're denying their request from
To change
relief from it.
permit the relief from 87 down to the 43. That's
Right.
presented.
Any discussion on the motion? Did we cover the motion properly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, then we'll go for a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. So not to grant the variance for the parking relief was unanimously denied. Sorry. To motion to deny it was unanimously approved. Too many negatives. Sorry. So they did not get relief. And then number 5, I didn't understand exactly what number 5, since that was a different zoning district. I know it's adjacent to it, but we were dealing with it being industrial zones.
Mm-hmm.
It was a density issue.
Density issue.
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion about anything that was presented, or do you want to move to a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the variance for the density.
We have a motion to deny the variance for density of 450 TAC 11 Delta.
I'll second.
We have a second for the denial. Any discussion on the motion? Then we'll go to a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. So that's a unanimous denial for the density considerations under 450 TAC 11 Delta. Yes, for spellings and everything, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Do we have anything else?
I believe that's it for this account. I think that closes 26 zoning hearing board 01. I thank everybody who came out and provided information. It's always good to see our neighbors. It's always good to see all our neighbors. And I think at this time we can go off the record. So we release our stenographer. Is there any old business?
Anything next month?
Any new business? I think it's-
Yes, we will have a meeting next month.
Okay.
We
I had
have Mr. Galloway, right? Oh, I mean,
Mr. Gall.
Yes,
is he the only one?
so far, the cutoff date, was today, so yes, it's just the one now.
I anticipate that. All right, well, in light of that, I will motion to go home.
Okay, so
Actually, you don't have to go home, you just can't
Motion
stay here.
to go home. Wait, we have to separate.
He didn't specify. Was that a motion to go to his house for a beer?
You don't have to go to your home, but you gotta go somewhere. Terry's kicking us out.
Yeah.
So you gotta lock up.
Currently am. Okay, Okay, so we are adjourned.
Ken,
We're
you can
adjourned.
buy a
All in
lottery
favor,
calendar.
say aye, right, yeah. For the, that is actually your pen. Has your name on it.